Greetings, one and all. Can you hear me loud and clear? Welcome to the World Series of Poker Circuit. Live from the King's Resort in Rosendov. It's good to be back, boys and girls. Did you miss 1,110 entries in this one? Huge prize pool. €172,000 for the winner. There's a name I recognize. Trigger, raising it to 18k. First hand of the day here off 20 odd bigs. Small blind getting the action kicked off is 4k. Big blind is 8k with an 8k running big blind ante. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. My name is Action Man Dan. Let's play poker. Or at the very least, watch people playing poker. Did get to play some poker over the Christmas myself. Just got back from Galway. Had a few days to decompress, and let's go into 2025, which is going to be a very exciting year for poker fans all around the world. Roberto Cassarotti is going to 3-bet to 70k here, 8.8 bigs. Love these graphics. Love how easy it is for us to identify exactly what the stack sizes are and how much they have invested of their remaining stack. Average stack is 328,000 right now. I see Bird is in the house. What's up, Bird? I hope you all had a great New Year's. Alan doing a fantastic job last week, allowing me to go to Galway. Very tough spot here for Trigger. Under the gun against the button. Roberto could be coming after him here. However, doesn't have that much chips. He only has 70 and 220. So about what, 35 bigs total. Trigger with 19 bigs behind. Very tough spot. Very good laydown. Solid stuff there from Trigger. You will see a lot of players call there, or sometimes just 4-bet rip. Like that fold. I've been trying to tighten up some of my ranges and go back to the fundamentals, especially after playing on GG over the Christmas. They just throw chips at you. Obviously, it was the Christmas period, but no need to get too fancy. Be sure to let me know how you're getting on in the chat. This is going to be an epic amount of poker. 3 days spoiled for action. What the call last week while I was in Galway. Will I do the 3 days? And I said, sign me up, big boy. Johan, the main man, says next week I'm at Kings for the Dutch Poker Masters. 225 buy-in, 500k guaranteed prize pool. Mauer Zaharaji, man that needs no introduction. There's a few 100k on his hand and mob. Johan says KML is playing day 2 now. I believe he got a score or a half one at least. 7th in the mini main last week is what I'm hearing. Or do I have the right event? Seen something about it in the chat. Wasn't too sure. Maybe you could fill me in, Johan. Zaharaji takes that one down. It was a different tournament. Okay, thank you, Johan. Greetings to everyone tuning in on YouTube as well. Don't want you feeling forgotten about. We just have moderators over on Twitch. It's easier for us to manage chat, etc. We will get to the payouts updated for you over there. We do have 27,000 subscribers on YouTube. Be nice to get to 30,000. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Johan has declared we are playing 75-minute levels today. As you would expect for a stellar event like this, it is the World Series of Poker Circuit main event, day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. If you're just tuning in. Total prize pool of just over $1 million. So the guarantee was reached. 1,110 entries. €1,037,850 in the prize pool. That's what they're playing for. Let's go. Ron Jetta, whose name is familiar also. You're going to see a lot of big names in a field like this. Really going to attract the upper echelon. Dream always rises to the top. Important to note that we are getting close. We are getting close to the money. I believe 147 players. 147 will get paid. Dada says, hello, everyone. Glad to be able to hear Dan's nightingale-like voice again. Oh, God. Nice to have you with us, Stratus. Hope you're keeping well. Payouts are in the chat and getting the ones updated on YouTube as well. Ron Jedemin raising in the hijack and triggering the cutoff. 15 bigs facing a hijack open from a large stack. Actually could just rejam this one. I wouldn't be against it. Ron Jed is going to be opening fairly wide off 70 odd bigs to start the hand. King Jack's going to play pretty well as a rejam there. We are within 20 players away from the money, so that's why you're going to see that hand go into the muck. If we're suited there, I think we definitely want to be V-pipping. Whether we call or rejam, I'm not so sure. As we can call comfortably in position, but actually probably rather rejam the offsuit variety of the King Jack in that exact scenario. He's around to Christopher. Christopher with heaps of chips. Another player I recognize, Christopher Campesano. Ron Jetta will take that one down, of course. That flop not helping the 5-4 offsuit. Another ace queen popping off, this time for Ole Okovsky on the button. Not too familiar with this guy. He makes it 18k to go. A lot of chips in play, as you would expect in a structure like this. A lot of deep stack action to take place. $28k is the bet here on the Queen 8-3 and Mauro Pace. We'll go broke here. It'll be tough not to. He's got top pair. So goes bet and call. Stack to pot ratio getting close to 1-1. There are some draws that Ole will just continue barreling on. And when we flop the top pair, even though we only have a 5 kicker and it is in a huge event, it's going to be tough to get away from this with just 14 bigs behind. Clubs will keep barreling. Straight draws will keep barreling. Obviously, Jack 9 gets there now. A hand might try to barrel off an 8 or maybe even a weak 3 in this exact scenario. A hand like King Jack will keep barreling. Ace Jack will keep barreling. Especially when we've all the chips. We are 20 away from the money and we can apply all the pressure. I'm not sure what we do now with the Queen 5. I would be more inclined to call than fold. Button against big blind. Hard enough to flop a pair. He's got top pair. Sometimes you just got to pay the man. Would be a great fold if he can get away from it. But in a vacuum, I think when we've invested this amount of our chips, we want to be calling here more than folding. Let me know what you think about this one in the chat. Shadow says he would keep barreling and go into out in a blaze of glory. That's a pretty good fold, all things considered, from the top pair. I expect to see Ole being very active in late position. Doesn't even have to be in late position. Like I said, he's got over 100 bigs. He should be staying active as much as he can, really. Holding opportunities to accumulate even more chips. Quite a large bubble. I think it is 143 to get paid. I did say it was 147. Maybe that's some form of a snooker reference in my head. I don't know. The min cash looks to be €1,740. You don't want to play for this amount of days and fall short of that min cash. You're going to see a lot of cagey play as we get closer and closer to the money. Average stack is just about to hit 350. Over 40 bigs is the average. 75-minute clock. Trigger. Not too much. Sub 15 bigs now. This guy, however, winning pot after pot. He has had the goods, to be fair, and this is another example of him having a nice hand, to say the least. The aces, 18k to go. Seems to be the standard raise size. And Roberto's going to call from the small. Not the worst strategy here. We'll prefer if our king and our 10 was suited. Doesn't want to be bloating pots out of position with a 3-bet here against the chip leader. And this is not a great flop for Roberto. Great flop if you're Ole when your opponent flops top pair. You can have king queen here from the small. On hands like kings and queens, would expect to see a 3-bet from sixes, might call occasionally. Other than that, the aces are looking pretty. On this flop, 21k is the bet. And that's a raise. And I don't know how much I like a raise here. I want to keep pots small. And if Ole is going to continue barreling, then let him do so. And Roberto is going with his hand here. This escalated very quickly. Look at the size of that pot, 596,000. Ole with 84% equity. Turn as a queen. My oh my. Roberto losing 34 bigs. He could have avoided busting perhaps there, just calling 3 small streets. The turn most likely goes check, check. Gonna regret that one later. But man of the hour here, man of the match at the moment, Ole paying close to 1.2 million, 150 big blinds. And we lose another player. One spot closer to the moolah la. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. 150 big blinds almost. 149 for Ole Christopher with 97. Mawar Zaharaji with 79. Ron Jetta with 74. Peter Targa, who's been quiet so far, is a name to watch out for. Trigger Ramaro with some work to do, but in a structure like this, no need to panic with 15 bigs and 13 bigs. There he is now. ECW King says, let's go. We got Action Man Dan back in the booth. Last time we were blessed with King's side chick Alan, but the King is back. Well, I wouldn't have been able to go gallivanting and play some poker myself if it wasn't for the side chick, Aldo Finn. So thanks a million to Alan. Heard it was a great stream. Lucas Pasma won it, did he? We were having a drink with him at King's. He's an awesome dude. And congratulations to him. Every chip mattering so much right now, and the bigger stacks can just keep accumulating, where the shorter stacks really have to be conservative. We are 12 spots away from the money, it looks like, as Christopher Campesano flops the set. I can continue to do a little bit of homework on the side here, but rest assured that a lot of these remaining players, if you've heard their name before, chances are they're up a few hundred K on their Hendon mobs. $100K in this pot now on the Jack 6-5-3. We hit the turn, run. With a good shot, straight draw. Now going up and down, straight draw. He is open ended. He's got the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. $55K here is the bet. Ronjetta wants to see a river. Getting good odds. Does just have a good shot straight draw. Perhaps he has a plan in mind if he misses. Let's find out. Three-way action to the flop here. Campesano won't mind that river too much. Doesn't connect to that 6 or 5. The form of another card that would help. A straight draw, etc. That queen and diamonds is essentially a brick. Although it might help his chances of getting paid. If his opponent has something like Queen Jack, But no one can bite, and he will just take that one down. As ECW King says, not sure, I missed the ending. Where did you play? I played at Finton's amazing tour, the Irish Poker Tour. One of the biggest stops of the year was Galway. Did I cash? I did not cash. I played very well though. I had my routine was on point, and I did my sauna and ice bath the day before. I was eating my berries, loads of steak. I didn't get through. Went to bed at 11 p.m., which is a record if you are around that many drunken Irish guys. I went to bed at 11 p.m. to get up and play the 11 a.m. Turbo. But back into day two, played really well in day two, and had a really annoying hand about 40 away from the money, and then lost a flip after that and say la vie. Then I played a side event, lost a huge pot in that with Kings against Ace King, and then I decided no more poker. I'm on my holidays, and that was where Sunday and Monday. Really enjoyed Sunday and Monday. Some people I had to meet on Tuesday, and then I was back here on Wednesday. They probably had to up the service fee for all the beers. Well, the place was flowing now, ECW, but there was something for everyone in the audience. You had a choice of bars. There was some nice food, restaurants close by, loads and loads of poker events. PLO, €86,000 for the winner of the Irish Poker Tour, €700 buy-in in Galway, the Galway main event. Finton's tour is thriving at the moment. If you're ever in Ireland, hit me up. We'll sort something out. Hoping to play more and more of his events going forward. Very impressive indeed. Maurer is going to min the button. Ron is going to call in the small and flop quads. ECW says, was it Finton's tournament or they just named it after him? No, it's his tour. It's his tour. He's the CEO of the Irish Poker Tour. But they probably should just name everything after him at this point, yeah. Zaharaj, you're going to bet 12K. Ron Jetta just going to call, of course. Godzilla. These two guys know each other's game very well, both from the same place. We have wide disparity of nationalities being represented here, by the way. Ukraine, Italy, Israel, United Kingdom, and the Czech Republic all playing under one roof. Yates rolling off. Ron checking, and Zaharaj with the option. 20K is the bet. Now on the river, the 8 of hearts rolling off, 112k in the pot. Flush completes, and it's a paired board. Does Ron feel like he wants to lead here? Because it's just going to go check, check the majority of the time. That's exactly what he is thinking, and he's reaching. And that looks to be about a pot-sized bet. Then blue chips, 25k each. He's reaching large here to try get paid by a flush, or maybe a hand like ace 10. It's hard to give Ron any natural bluffs here. Very unlikely he's bluffing. The check call lead line. Raj is going to let his pocket sevens go, of course, but that one is stinking. If you're Zaharaj, he's like, what could he have here as a bluff? Like I said, very hard to find any natural bluffs there for Ron Jetty. He's just hoping that his opponent is way up in their range and forced to call, but we can see that was not the case. We're getting closer and closer to that money bubble. ECW King says, when is Money Bubble? Money Bubble is 144. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 151 players remaining. You seem to be dropping relatively quick here, and Trigger is going to go for it, knowing Zaharaji can be opening very wide. That was kind of what I was saying earlier. He might just want to rejam that King-Jack offsuit as well, but with the ace blocker, he feels more comfortable against the cut-off open. Going to rejam and take that one down from the small. You see a lot of inexperienced players just fold there because we're so close to the money. The Trigger recognizing he mightn't be safe yet. Those blinds and antes could come around a few times before the money is hit, so therefore he's going to take that spot. That's a nice pickup for him. We know a little bit about Trigger. We've seen him at a few final tables of Kings, and he is well able to make moves. He can move when he has to, and that's a good example of just how he won't be too affected by the money bubble. Still going to make the rejam. Arga's turn to get involved. He's going to 3-bet with the ace-king offsuit. Like I said, we are within 10 spots of the money now. Pressure is on. Cut the tension with a knife. Zaharaji with the king-10 offsuit. Going for the open. Just will take that one down with the 3-bet with the ace-king offsuit. Maro finds a jam with the pocket tens. Might want to have left a chip behind there so he can continue tanking, but just decides to straight up jam. But that's what the screen indicates. Does take it down successfully. Nisior says, are there other tables being played? Now, there are. We only have information about the feature table itself. We do not have any information about the outer tables. That's important to note. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 148 players remaining now. We are 5 eliminations away from the money. So it won't be too long before we are hand for hand, folks. Important to note as well, top 10 finishers in this one, all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at this fabulous resort later on this year, usually October, November sort of time. They are dropping fairly quickly. Sometimes these bubbles can take a long time, especially with a 75-minute clock. So far, we have had a lot of eliminations. Those flop us straight here. Not bad when you complete from the big on the 5-4 deuce. Campesano just checks it back. Sorry, looks like he bet small. $22k is the bet from the big blind. And Campesano has the ace of diamonds here, which is a card he would probably want his opponent to have when they bet here as a semi-bluff. So it's not ideal. Perhaps for this price, we do see him peel to see a river. Goes call. River is a 7, and Campesano most likely will pay off on this river. Diamonds miss. Some straight draws miss. Some clubs miss. Does bet 80k. Campesano won't like this, but this is the kind of sizing his opponent will go for if they were semi-bluffing on the flop or the turn and now didn't get there because that 7 doesn't change too much. Does complete some straight draws, all right, but we now have top pair, apart from the queen, of course. Basically what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that 7 improves us drastically. And he called with just ace high on the turn. Don't think he can let this go now on the river. 146 remaining, 3 away from the money. Does pay him off. Gets the bad news. Sometimes you just got to pay the man, and that's a really nice pot there for Andre Imrich. This goes to the money. And Johan is saying after level 21, we are going to be finished for the day. And we are now in level 21. No, I don't believe that that's correct. I think we are, perhaps that's just a typo. We have a lot more play to go today. Loads more. I think we're going to have 4, maybe even 5 75-minute levels. Could even be 6. We are now in level 16. Yes. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 5 more levels. Quick maths. Molich wants to know, where is this being played? This is being played. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Championship Main Event Day 2. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. All that info is currently on your screen, and we have the chip counts. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. I reckon when we go back here now, folks, we're going to be hand for hand. Just a small pause in the action. Rebalancing all tables before we go. Hand for hand on all tables remaining. Just waiting for them to get back to the action. You see 3 stacks over 100 bigs. Ole. 149. What a stack. This late in the tournament, coming into the money. You've got to be feeling great. And then Ron Jeddah and Zaharaji well stacked as well. Guys, Trigger with 17 and Mauro with 13. No need to panic, as I said already. So much playability in this one. Hope you're enjoying the show. Expect a lot more people to be tuning in. Throughout the evening, 3 very long action-packed days of poker here. Deep stack poker. Sometimes the kings, the structures are amazing, but we don't have 75-minute clocks and people have their gambling shoes on, etc. But a prestigious event like this one, you're going to see a lot more tactical play. A lot of nitty-gritty spots. That doesn't mean that players are afraid to gamble and mix it up. Just means they'll be more calculated in their decision-making process. 144 players remaining, 143 get paid, so that means we are on the exact money bubble, and that means we are hand for hand. Zaharaji going for a chunky 3-bet here. Blind v blind. Andre with the 3 deuce suited. Probably just wouldn't even bother opening that into Zaharaji. Zaharaji will fold a lot of his air, of course. I don't think it's bad or anything. I would just probably let that one go. Maybe complete. Brendan asks, they only show this table. They sure do. We only have information on the feature table. Do not have any information about the outer tables. This is on a 30-minute delay, I believe. Maybe even a longer delay. for such prestigious events like this one. No problem, Brendan. Thanks for your question. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Always here to help. Enjoy the show. Target with the min raise. So still hand for hand. Very difficult for all of these players that you see on your screen there not to make it into the money. You're going to have a few start and stack pats out there with 1, 2, and 3 bigs. Really forced to make a move any time now. Like I said, these hand for hands, €1,740, the difference in lasting one more player being eliminated. Could drag on for a little while. Okay. You've heard the TD. Shuffle up and deal. One more hand. Let's go. And trigger quickly lets that one go with the 3 deuce off suit. Might have even considered pausing a little bit longer there in the big, even if we do have 3 deuce off suit. Entitled to do so. We are hand for hand, so it doesn't really matter too much. Actually, once we are hand for hand, it doesn't matter at all. So I retract that. We're just waiting here for the rest of the hands to be finished at the outer tables before one more hand will be dealt. This isn't the prettiest moment in poker, but it's a very, very pivotal and important one. If you want to make money on the live circuit, you've got to be getting those min cashes. €1,740 goes a long way to your next trip these days, your next buy-in, your next hotel, your next flight, or whatever the case may be. Especially after Christmas. Christmas and New Year's would put a dent in any man, woman, or child's pocket. Got to go out there and make your paper, boo-boo. And I think I missed that comment, said, when will we know who is in the money? We will know who's in the money at the feature table. In terms of the outer table, we do not have that information. You've heard the man. One more hand, please. In clean off suit for Ole. Gonna min raise. Campesano with pocket fives. Decides to just get out of the way. They're actually just so deep here that I wouldn't actually mind calling with the fives, but definitely doesn't need to be getting involved against an under the gun open who hasn't covered on the exact money bubble. So Andre calls in the hijack. Zaharaji going to call pocket eights in the cutoff. Jack 9-4 is the flop, four-way action. I actually don't really want to call there in the big blind if your target were unsuited, kicker problems. It's just not going to play too well, even though we are getting extremely good odds to see the flop. Andre with top pair, top kicker. Gives Ole a good shot, straight draw, 2 overs. Maharaji placing 2 over cards to his pocket eights. He's sandwiched in between Ole here and Andre. Does have position but gets out of the way. Target gets out of the way, heads up to the turn. Sorry, Ole hasn't called yet. I don't expect we will see him raise here too often. Doesn't really want to bloat the pot out of position. Goes just call. Turn gives trips to Andre. Not a good card for Ole. There's the board. We'll take that one down with a bet. So, guys, it's just rinse, repeat. You know the drill by now. On the exact money bubble. So each time the hand finishes, the leaderboard comes up with the chip count. Or all other hands are finished at the outer table, and we will continue one hand at a time until the bubble is burst. Won't be too long now until all hands have been included at the outer tables. And very quickly, Trigger will take that one down. Okay. Obviously, guys, I can only do my best here when there's not much action taking place, but I am filling you in hand by hand. I don't have my sidekick, Aldo Finn, to fill in the gaps. Perno Draw says, talk about hypothetical hands. That could be a great name for a horse. Nice to have you with us, No Pair, No Draw. Or maybe a massage parlor, hypothetical hands. Okay, I'll get my coat. It's very early for me to be getting my coat now. We've got 3 very, very long days on comms. It is the bubble for the 15th time in a row, I think. MJ says, hi, Dan. What is the plan? Burst the bubble, then play down to 3 tables. I don't know. We've this level and 5. So this is level 16. So we've 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. So it's a long old day for the players. It's a long old day for the viewers. And it's a long old day for the commentator. But you're going to be spoiled for action. Such an awesome tournament. One of the showpieces of the calendar year, really. This one only comes around a couple of times a year. I just wants to know, does massage parlor stories have a happy ending? Well, hypothetical hands. Not sure yet. Maybe it's like you go in and then you want to tell your bad beat stories to the masseuse, and then instead they end up telling you hypothetical situations that kept happening then. So you think you're going into de-stress, but little do you know, they're the one going to tell you their bad beat stories. And then I don't even think you'd want to be leaving with a happy ending. You just get your coat. As MJ says, oh wow, it's going to be a long day then. It is going to be a long day. Now you have to remember, I'm trying to work backwards with the times, but it is a 75-minute clock. We still have 144 players remaining. We are still on the exact money bubble, and we are still hand for hand. There's the the infamous leaderboard at this point. I want to see that chat box hopping now over the next few days, guys. Obviously, life gets in the way and no obligations or expectations, but the more you talk and ask questions, well, it doesn't have to be questions, observations, whatever you want to call them, the more interaction you're going to get from me. Everyone's a winner, baby. You don't want me to start telling jokes. Well, you're used to me jokes by now, but you certainly don't want me to start singing. I'll get knocked down, but I'll get up again, 'cause you're never going to keep me down. Oh, Danny boy. I don't know what the weather's like wherever you're living in the world. Obviously, we know some severe tragedies going on. But boy, oh boy, did we get snowed under in Ireland. Not something we are used to saying in Ireland at all. We did get a lot of snow. A lot of places were closed down. Baltic, really. I think we were dealing with temperatures of up to -8, 9, and possibly -10. Now, some of you in the chat will probably get in there and go, haha, that's nothing. Nothing on me. But it's not something we are particularly used to. Andre will. Been raised and take that one down. Brody's in the house, says hi. Hi! Strata says, don't worry, Dan. We have gotten down to 3 degrees Celsius in my part of Texas, and that is very cold to us. Yeah. Well, I mean, thoughts and prayers for people that are dealing with real natural disasters, etc. Up here, no draw. Puts in what appears to be a cheap imitation of an Irish guy. I say that because he's got a ginger beard, ginger hair. I'm not ginger and I don't have any hair left. Now, something will have to give at some point. Obviously, we don't know what's going on the outer tables, but you're going to have guys with 3, 2, and maybe even one big blind. No pair, no draw, says Lol. The guy who that beard belongs to is Swedish and has a brown beard that can look a bit red in certain lighting. Aha, very clever. Campasano with them in with King 7 of spades here on the button, and that's another hand closer to the grave. No, Andre is actually going to defend. I actually expected him to just let that one go, but because he's got so much chips and has Christopher covered, he is just going to complete his option by calling in the big blind. Don't want to get too carried away with these offsuit combinations with deuce, 3, 4, and even 5 kickers, because they're the kind of hands we want to fold out when we min from the button or the cutoff or the hijack. But Andre is just completely playing the position he's in, having the covering stack, and Campasano is aware of that. Charlotte says, I've been through blizzards and can survive them. My home burning is not something I care to experience. Yes, of course. Don't normally talk about religion, politics, or world affairs on this channel for various and obvious reasons, but I don't think it matters to give these natural disasters an honourable mention. The amount of suffering people are going through, it humbles me. So what I was trying to get through there was that I am complaining about the weather in Ireland, but some people have real problems. And if you sat in a room and everyone put their problems in a pile, I guarantee you, you grab your problems and run away. It's my expert advice for today. You should be writing that one down. Strada says, okay, we'll pack my bags and run off to Thailand again. Oh, sounds good. Strada says we are going again. Just my friends and I, not sure just when, but it's going to be soon. We are thinking of a quick trip to Vietnam while we are in Thailand. I have some friends in Cambodia. Well, one friend in particular. He sent me videos of him playing tennis, and I said I used to love tennis, and he said call on over. So apparently Cambodia is meant to be beautiful as well. Bali, of course, but everyone knows about Bali. One more hand, please, dealer. Hand 24. So we are in the bubble zone for, I think it's almost 10 hands now. From hand 15. So, yeah, this is our 9th hand in a row with no bust out. Campusano opening in the cutoff here. Queen 8 offsuit. Zaharaji going to see a flop with the Jack 8 offsuit. Heads up. Ace 10-9 is the flop. $20K is the bet. Good shot, straight draw. Open-ended here for Zaharaji. Stratus says, sorry, not trying to dominate the chat. You dominate away, Stratus. So come on, let's make the chat active and get Dan the pay raise jump. Oh, I'm on the bubble as well, am I, Stratus? It's going to be a hell of a different ball game once the bubble is burst, is all I'll say. It's going to be quite an adjustment for the players. Zaharaji raising here. I actually like this from Zaharaji because Christopher is going to be overcompensating for the bubble factor. And although he will have some ace-X in his range, Zaharaji knows that Campesano is capable of just c-betting on that board, repping something he doesn't have. Will be one more hand dealer. There is an air of impatience. You can feel it. All players want that bubble burst, securing them in cash. All they can do is all they can do. Players going for a stroll. No, Perlo Jaw says they're playing hand for hand. Why the tanking? I don't think there was much tanking going on there. ISO CUO says, I don't know what that emoji is. Run that through a machine for emoji analysis. It says Mako Vispin. Bikuven said, someone check this man here if it's still breathing. Keep breathing and believing, brother. So this is our 10th hand now of the bubble. Trigger with the min. He's in a dicey situation with 17 bigs as our trigger from the UK. He's queen suited though, going to be too good of a hand to not go for it here. Target is just going to call with jacks. We would see him 3-bet this one normally, considering Trigger has less than 20 bigs to start the hand, but Trigger is going to have a very condensed range here, and therefore Peter is just going to pick one off, especially when it is under the gun against under the gun +1. Trigger betting 40k is going to look very strong, but target with an overpair isn't going to be going anywhere. Calls the 40k. Turn is the king of diamonds. Such an awkward spot here for Trigger. It is a great card for him to continue barreling on. It looks like Targa is going to have something that might contain a 10, pocket 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket jacks. We block pocket queens, we block aces. There's a king out there. Trigger decides to just check fold. I wonder if he can ever just jam. I suppose he can't. The king is an awesome card. It's one of the best cards in the deck for Trigger to continue repping. The problem is he only has 10 bigs behind, so Targa not going to be folding a 10, I don't think, too often, and certainly not going to be folding pocket jacks. It's just when you bet 40k there and we only have 80 behind, it's a tough spot for him to not continue. Like I said, when the ranges are that condensed, you might just have to check fold the turn because you don't have enough chips to get your opponent to fold. No pair, no draw says Jack on the river would be such a cooler. Jada says even a 40k flop bet seemed a bit much to you. Yeah, it seemed a bit much to me as well, but it's going to look very strong when we go for a larger sizing there. And I believe he was multi-way. He's going for a bit of a larger C bet, and it looks super strong because he's betting 1/3 of his remaining stack. And Dorka wants to know how many players are left. There has been 144 players left now for quite some time. 10 hands to be precise. And I'd be shocked now if this bubble wasn't burst in the next few hands. 143 getting paid in cash, €1,740. If you're just tuning in, it's the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Championship main event, day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov. Looks like the blinds are about to go up as well. 75-minute clock. 5K is the small blind. 10K is the big blind with a 10K running big blind ante. That's 5, 10, 10. Marrow and Trigger now in some form of a danger zone under 10 big blinds apiece. And then Zaharaji sitting pretty with 50, Jetta with 52, Cargo with 52, Campesano with 74, Andre with 98, and Ole is still their chip leader at this feature table, playing 116 big blinds. We are still hand for hand. I will be back in just one moment. Alrighty, folks, I'm back. It looks like I still have not missed anything. Just with two long 75-minute levels there. Needed to get a coffee. Trying to organize my meals around these 75-minute levels as well. I need a lot of energy. The next few days, went to the sauna, the ice bath, the jacuzzi in the steam room yesterday. Quite depleting. Did have a great sleep, but that would suck a lot of the Christmas cobwebs and sugars out of your body. It's going to be quite a shock to the system. Now, another shock to the system, a shock to the chat, the Action Army on Twitch here and YouTube will be, we are in the money. So I didn't miss a thing. I now have a coffee, 3 little chocolates, some form of sugars to get me through next 75 minutes before some form of a dinner. I have loads and loads of steak, and I'm changing my diet around after Christmas, but I've no time to cook the steak. So we'll have to adjust accordingly, like these players did throughout the money bubble. We've got action right off the bat. Maro, ace, queen. Shoves from the hijack. Andre calls with ace, king. And Trigger is going to... Wow, lads. Trigger should not be stacking off here. Looks like he's made the money and didn't really care. He's... Trigger happy to get it in. And look how much equity he has here with just 10-9 suited. Wow. Securing the 1740 for himself. Says, right, in for a penny, in for a pound, and let's go. Blinds are now 5, 10, 10. 260k in the pot. We've got ace queen against ace king against 10-9. Jack 5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Wow, Trigger with 81% equity here as we hit the river. River is the 7 of diamonds. Trigger gets there for a triple up. And we are going to lose Maro. You're going to see a lot of dropouts now. I would imagine that the bubble is being burst. Trigger says, you know what? I've got me big blind invested. I've got me big blind anti-invested. I'm not sure if he had 7 bigs behind or 7 bigs total. I think it was 7 total. So he'd 5 more behind. Decides he's going to have 2 live cards, enough of the time to make it profitable. And as much as I don't think we should be stacking off there, he's done the odds, he's done the quick maths, and he's decided, I'm going to go for it. And it's paid dividends here. He's tripled up and now is in contention with over 20 big blinds. Apocalypse is in the house, says Evening Dan. Evening Apocalypse. No pair, no draw. So too bad he is covered in diamonds. Yeah, but it didn't matter this time. Trigger knew the future. Pulled the trigger. Trigger man pulled the trigger and won. Stratus says Dan has been charming us with his finely tuned voice. Well, you're getting plenty of me voice that wasn't poker there for 10 hands in a row. Trying to not have too much dead air. Understandable, of course. We can only do so much without a co-commentator, as you know. So they all have guaranteed themselves €1,740. Now watch how many beauty school dropouts we have in quick succession. You see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 140 remaining. Average stack just under 40 bigs. It is all to play for here. Guts of €200,000 for the winner, including a ticket for the top 10 finishers for the World Series of Poker Europe. Zaharaji 3-betting to 60k here over the Hijack Open of Andre. Walker says, we've been out at the pub watching United beat Arsenal despite the ref being their 12th man, and also had a delicious dinner. Sunday roast, obviously. By the time I get around to the Sunday roast now, Apocalypse, it'll be a cold roast. I guess it's not a roast if it's cold. Be salad, chicken, and sweet potato instead of the full hog Sunday extravaganza. Nice that you're trying something other than lobster and butter. Why did they call her Butterface? Because everything was great. Butterface. Switching my diet, folks, this week, or as from now, really. But lo and behold, didn't I find a box of Toblerone little mini chocolates? Yoink. I'll take those. Thank you very much. Tag opening on the button here with King 8 of diamonds. Ole going to call with King 9 suited. Campesano might decide to raisey daisy this one to about 120 or 100 even. Yeah, goes for 95k. I actually like this. Got the blockers. Small blind shouldn't be able to continue too often. That's just a really good spot to apply the pressure. Nice pick up there for Christopher Campesano. No draw says, I haven't had any alcohol so far this year. The struggle is real. Going to get wings and watch football later today, so I'm not sure if I can survive that without a cold beer. But look, you're after getting through the 12 days of January, which can be very miserable times for people, especially after New Year's and Christmas, etc. Just a severe dopamine crash. It depends. If you're trying to stay off it permanently there or for a few months, like you're after getting through the hardest part, the first 2 weeks, stay going. But if you're watching football and wings are delicious, it's very hard not to have a few beers. Don't be too hard on yourself. Abstaining entirely is sometimes losing the battle. especially if you're watching your match and a big bowl of wings. They kind of go hand in hand, don't they? No pair, no draw. Ole with the min on the button. We're going to call. Ole taking that one down with a C bet. Fair no draw, saying, not trying to do a full dry January, just want to be more conscious of my alcohol intake, mostly just because of the empty calories. Hard to lose a beer belly of 40. Yeah, I just hit 35. Carbohydrates are the devil. Well, most of them anyway. Non-complex ones. Just find an ice bath, no pair, no draw. Go to some form of a spa and it'll just suck all the sugars out of you. You will feel depleted the following day. You're going to be tired. Case in point, me right now, but it really is worth it. You do feel the benefits. It's just like hitting a reset button or feeling refreshed to a certain degree. The important point is if you go do that, then don't don't leave there and then go at it again because your body won't like that. The defend here from Zaharaji. We go check. Turn is the king of clubs. $25K is the bet now from Ole with the delayed C bet. One on top pair. I don't think Zaharaj can go anywhere just yet. Good call. Here's the four clubs. Once more. Now, when Ole bets again, Zaharaj is going to be asking the question, is Ole double barreling here after checking behind on the flop with an ace high type holding? And that's why I am very surprised to see him. Yeah, I really feel like he should be going for another street once he's checked back the flop. Bets turn. Wants to be going for some value on that river, get paid by an 8. Problem is with that 4 to 4 gives his opponent a lot of 2 pairs and doesn't want to get check raised and therefore takes the conservative route. I still think we are too high up in our range to just check back on that river. Walker says, when you said wings, I was thinking Red Bull at first. Operno draw says Red Bull is more toxic than beer. Perhaps you could be correct there. Been a while since I had some Jaeger bombs. Good pair now for Ron Jetta on the turn. Ole with the ladies. Not the greatest of boards. King out there. That Jack has a lot of connectivity with the big blinds range. They're betting the call on the river is the 4 diamonds. 165 in the pot now. And Jetta is going for a tin value here of 6 bigs. About 1/3 pot. And it's tough for Ole to fold here getting these odds. But it's also tough for him to be ahead. Not sure what you want to do with this one. Let me know in the chat. 225 in the middle, 60 to call. Getting the guts of 4-1. Only needs to be good about 20% of the time, 25% of the time. Operno draw with a good comment there saying pot odds says call, but Hart has to know he is not good here. But he will call. He doesn't have any club blockers as well, so unblocks his opponent, maybe fire in there with a missed club draw. Something that contains a 9 perhaps has to continue. The more I think about it, we're going to see a better hand a lot of the time when we call there, but the odds might be just a bit too good. Let that one go. You would imagine the man of Jetta's caliber there is going to have a balanced range when he bets 60k into 225 on the river. Sano with the min. The ace jack off suit. Ron Jetta is going to call the small. Raji's called on the button and trigger. 10k to close out the action here. 80k in the pot. He's getting 8 to 1. But those combos, ace 6, ace 7, and ace 8 off suits, just don't play too well post flop. Well, I think he should just let this one go. Does decide to call. Queen 10-4. Trigger does flick it in for a penny, in for a pound in round 2. Although barely got there with his 9-10 suited. This is a very different situation. Looks like it's getting checked all the way around. See the 7 of spades turn. Everyone checking again. So 4 more checks. Checks and balances. Deuce of hearts rolls off on the river. The quintessential brick. Now it comes down to who wants it the most. Pretty sick that Zaharaji is going to win with just a pair of 5s on that run out. Andre been raising in the hijack. Trigger with a monster here in the small. Sub 20 bigs. Most likely just see him jam. Unless he wants to try 3-bet call it off here. in general, just want to be ripping anything under 20 out of position, especially from the small blind. Occasionally, if we've got a loosey-goosey 4-bet ripper who's showing a propensity to do that, then we can go for a 3-bet. We have to show that we are willing to 3-bet fold off that stack also, though. Otherwise, it's just going to look so nutted. So overall, I think it's just best to jam our hand over the open. Aces for Campesano. And 10-4 is the flop. We're taking that one down. With a small bet, not much to talk about there. So, new player to the table, Marius Moldovanu, Romanian. We know this guy, bit of a beast, if I recall correctly. He's got kings. Okay, he's only got 112,000 total live earnings, but I believe we've seen him a few times in 2024. Definitely one to watch out for at this feature table. See, the Targa is going to call on the button as ace jack off suit. Or 3 is the board here. Targa just be hoping to get the showdown relatively cheaply here. Will have the best hand some of the time with his ace jack. Marius is reaching. Expect to see him bet somewhere around 60,000. That looks a bit smaller. 72. Okay, actually, I was right on the nose. Marius will take that one down. Welcome to the table, sir. We have a page on blooming. Now, it's not for the guts of 10 more spots, but they are dropping like flies since the post bonanza, if that's what they call it. The kids call it these days. Average stack is 44 bigs. A lot of intricate spots when players are this deep with such a long clock of 75 minutes. Marius going for a 3-bet here to 75k with the 2 black jacks. Campesano's going to call. Pair no draws is ace 10 suited, maybe a jam here, but ace 9 suited. It's going to be far too many chips to shove over the top, I think. No pair, no draw. We have stranger things have happened, but in a tournament like this, I'm going to keep mentioning it. We've got a 75-minute clock. Structure is amazing. One of the best structures you're going to find anywhere in Europe. Maybe even the 60k is the bet here. Marius, not in a great spot. 2 overcards to his pocket jacks. Nice bet there, taking that one away from his opponent, recognizing what way the ranges interact with the board, etc. Raise to 20k here from the hijack. Small blind's going to call from Andre with the queen 10 off. This is going to be fine, but we would prefer if we were suited. Don't mind V-pipping. We just got to be careful on flop, turn, and river. Out of position. These guys aren't just going to go broke with a one pair type holding. Check, check, go, turn. 6 queen, deuce, 8. River is the 7 of diamonds. Andre is now going to go for value. He's going to bet 40k. Not much Ole can do there. Although, call me crazy, actually seems like it'd be a pretty nice raise there. Blocking the straight and the king of diamonds blocker. You could easily rep the flush there with a raise. Perhaps it just doesn't make too much sense. Small blind is going to stack this board more so than the hijack's opening range. Does seem like a sexy spot to raise river. Perhaps the hand just plays a bit differently if we were to have a straight or a flush on that river, so therefore he just decides against it. Can't all be using our blockers just because We block things. Got to be savvy in these kind of events that your opponents are going to be wary of these kind of scenarios and situations. Ole, still your chip leader with over 100 bigs. Trigger is the shortest stack with 23 and everything in between. 120 players remaining now. And that means we are on a money bubble. 1740 is the current payout. And from 196 to 119, it is 1,950 euro. So difference of 200 euro. Apocalypse asks, is there a set number they want us to play today or just the end of level? We will be playing till the end of level 21. You are currently watching level 17. We have not had a break yet, Apocalypse, so we are live 3 hours now without a break. So when we get back, we are going to have level 18 and 19, I presume, and then should be 2 more levels from there. Should be at least another 4 more levels to go and the end of this one. So 4.5 levels, give or take. I believe that is correct. No pair, no draw says 4 more levels of 75 minutes. Is that right? That's correct. It is correct and right. No pair, no draw says marathon poker. Yes, this is only day 2. No pair, no draw. We are coming to you live at the usual time tomorrow. So it's 2:30 Central European time, and that's going to be a very, very long day. Seatbelts and airbags for that one. And then it's going to be an hour earlier for the final day on Tuesday, which could easily be 12 hours plus. It all depends. But we love it, don't we? It's what we go to school for. Campesano with the min. Andre with the 3-bet. Action back to Campesano. Staying active with his ace-10, but usually just going to be folding to this pressure. Can use the ace-10 as a 4-bet bluff from time to time. Actually, that plays pretty well. As a 4-bet bluff, it's just they're very evenly stacked. Doesn't really need to go for the 4-bet here. The 4-bet would play better if Andre had something like 500k or less, and you can really leverage stacks. In this exact scenario, just going to let it go. Paul says, always like a 4-day event, separates the men from the boys. Indeed. Far from Dutch classics, these kind of events were rare at Apocalypse. Although, speaking of which, we do have the Dutch Masters, the Dutch Poker Masters next Monday. $500K guaranteed in that one. Ron Jetta out flopping the pocket nines of Marius. That pay jump has been reached. 118 players remaining now. Average stack getting closer to 50 big blinds. And Marius not going to lose a penny there on the flop. MJ says, yes, Dutch Poker Masters starts January the 15th. They also included a ladies' event on Friday. Well, I bet 20k here on the Jack 936. And Trigger is going to stick around for that price. Trigger can get a bit sticky. Play bets again on the river. Trigger gets out of there. Ole min raising on the button here with Jack 9 of clubs, just going to take down the blinds and antes. You are going to see a lot of raise and take it. Marius in the small blind going for 3.5x sizing. I like that 3.5x sizing as well. Gotta remember how deep we all are, or a lot of the players here at this feature. On Jetta with ace jack off suit under the gun. Goalie's going to call with pocket trees. Christopher comes along for the ride with pocket fives, and Zaharaji can close out the action here with just queen eight off suit. That's a great fold there from Zaharaji. You don't see players too often let them ones go. It's just got to do with reverse implied odds. You hit a half a hand and you end up losing more chips. Great discipline there from Zaharaji. If we're suited, call, no problem. The unsuited variety. Put it in the bin, son. Turn is the seven of diamonds. And perhaps this might be some form of a spoiler alert, but I think after this marathon opening frame, if that's what you want to call it, the fans out there deserve a little treat. We are going to have a brand new table after the break. If we are to ever have a break, I'm going to go down and stuff my face with as much healthy food as I can. Need a lot of energy. That'll be interesting. An interesting change of pace. Target going to bet 38k on the Jack 9-10. Zaharaji calls the top pair. And let's not forget about Ron Jetta sandwiched in the middle. I actually overlooked that, thinking of the ace jack and the ace queen, but he did indeed flop the arse end of the straight. For some reason, thought he only had a straight draw, but he did flop it. 190k in this pot now. Turn is a 3, river is a deuce. One Jetta betting 70k. And that river does bring in the heart draw. It'll be tough for Zaharaji to get away from this. Obviously, Peter Targa missing. Peter Targa is calling with just ace high, unless my eyes are deceiving me. That's a huge call there from Targa. I'm not really the biggest fan of that one. That saves Zaharaji some doll hairs. Jetta takes down another one. There's no pair, no draw, says healthy. So Ribs and Guinness. No. Ain't got no Guinness. Ain't got no Moretti's. Ain't got no whiskey. Ain't got no Coca-Cola. No fizzy drinks. There might be a packet of crisps somewhere and a few chocolates lying around. We are going for chicken. Hopefully there's a bit of stuffing to go with it. Chicken, sweet potato, and some salad. Maybe my body will reject it and I'll just order some food. It's going to be a long 3 days to get past this without even having any fizzy drinks. Not going to lie. Marius making a 22k to go in the hijack. Colonel draws his wild flop, bottom straight, top, open-ended Broadway. Yeah, that's why I overlooked it. There was a lot going on. It did get dicey indeed. Not the biggest fan of that ace-queen call. Just not the right combination we want to be calling with there. We lose to too many hands. Way too many hands. Trigger defends in the big blind. The pucker says can't be drinking while working. No. You learned that one the hard way, Apocalypse. Although I was guzzling coffee and then the new coffee became Coca-Cola. And it's just an absurd amount of sugars. And then used to finish on the Sunday and then try to get a sleep for the Monday. And so you just lose about 3 hours. Trigger goes all in. Marius gets out of the way. Nice pick up for Trigger. This guy, you can't kill a bad thing. This guy is hanging around. Johan's back in the mix. What's up, Johan, the main man? Johan says a break at the Dutch Open. The Dutch Oven. Best of luck to everyone playing that Dutch Open. I hope it's going well. We'll have our own Dutch Poker Masters next week. All eyes on this nearly 200 grand first prize in the World Series of Poker circuit. In the meantime, I hope you guys are having fun out there. Richie says just tuning in for a bit while there is a break on the finale, Dutch Open main event. Thank you, Richie. Such an avid supporter of me and the channel. Much appreciated. Hope you're keeping well. Don't worry, we're here for 3 very long days. You can always watch it on a replay if you really want to. We will be having a break in a couple of hands' time. 3.5 hours that session was. Incredible. We're going to be coming back with 4 more 75-minute levels. That's a lot of poker, folks. Joanne says I play the DPM next week at Kings. The Fucker says I see you on stream then. And we need to get our KML in here after getting a nice result. I'm not sure how much he got. I only caught up with the groups and all that when I got back online. Seems like he must have got a nice score. If Dorian Melhers took it down and he came 7th, I'm not sure what that meant. I need to see the results. But if he's out there somewhere, one of our biggest moderators back in the day, I hope you're keeping well. Merry New Year, and that seems like a great start. Ron Jetta really opening up his game now. 6-5 off suit in the cutoff. Well, Blind going to come along for the ride, and Ole is going to close out the action. Ace 5-6 is the flop. Two pair for Jetta. Hey guys, the moment is upon us. This is the last hand before the break. where we are going to play a game to see how much food Action Man Dan can eat in 19 minutes. We will start the clock after this hand has concluded. I mightn't even do an outro. Suffice to say, I will be back. I like one of those chipmunks stuffed either side of my cheeks. Ace Jack raises to 25k. And Campestano in the big blind. I'm sure players are aware that this is the last hand before the break as well. 105 players remaining now, folks. Just that's something to keep an eye on. We've had nearly 40 eliminations since the bubble burst. Marius will take that one down. Campestano's not going to defend, and I'm getting out of here. I hope you're enjoying the show. Lots and lots more action to come. We're going on a 20-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
What you want? I have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's
he has to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8. Never can.
No, he
never has an 8.
He was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, you have it. The first guy didn't have an 8.
That guy didn't.
10K? What? With the 10K.
Look at Madani under the gun, open to 1600, and he's just calling with Queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any two will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think I can, right?
no, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
You have 8.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 suited, right? I'm like,
I thought it was 6 for deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings. And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in? Yeah.
This fucking fish.
Ace, Queen, Deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
It does turn a flush draw.
This
19K behind.
could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time? You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake where, like, the society, they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no?
No.
So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go, like, they work their job, and at the end of the week, like, they get, like, time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time, and he won.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with a fish.
Is he thinking about just ripping
I
it?
think so, and he
Wow.
does. Nevalainen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
River is a queen.
Good game.
The case queen means it's queen's full. For Nevalainen means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
Full house.
I played them all.
Oh, seat open. Martin's coming for sure. He made the phone call. He's like, seat open, boss.
No.
Cabral's going to get the
I'm
open seat.
relaxing now. I'm happy.
He's for sure getting the open seat. He didn't reg yet. He waited for the seat to come open to feed the table. They go, Martin, seat open. He goes, okay, I go register right now. Okay, boss. You gotta stop joking like this. They're gonna kidnap me over here.
You can see we are now up to 100 entrants, Jeff.
Leon, if you're listening, I'm joking.
I believe we are aware of who that 100th entry is. We'll keep that a secret until we see it.
It's a big celebration. How about the chat? Any guesses for who the 100th entrant is in the main event
Entry
for today?
100, day 1B.
In the movie, he's like going to like meet his mother, and his mother like runs out of time like 30 seconds before he gets to her, and she just dies.
Jack says Cabral. Could be. Palma was calling for that.
They usually don't.
Ray says Chrissy. Could be. Basketball Maven says D-Negs. It's not D-Negs because we know it's his fantasy hockey draft, and he's not missing that for anything.
Helmuth in a ridiculous costume from Xander.
Oh.
Interesting.
Ivy.
Monica Lewinsky. Huh.
It could be. Oh, 2 queens for Runcan.
Would imagine he's going to find a customer
You know what's sick? All of us, like, we just sit here like,
along the
for 4 hours
way.
just shuffling chips. Very strong fingers.
At the moment,
What else can you do?
I would expect Osafa to be the last to act and have that decision. Plenty of chips. Flicks in the call. There we are. How about Zimmerer? King 10 suited. Out.
Heads up to this flop, about 25K in the pot. Okay, Jack at 10 at 9 means open enders for both.
Perhaps a little further action. Quick check by Runkin with the queens.
Turn 6. More guesses. Kristen, Kevin Hart. Watch it be Tony G, says Robert.
And Runkin again deciding to check turn. Let's see if he tries to eke out a little value now.
I think now is the time. Not before.
Maybe very concerned about being up against a set like 9s, 10s, jacks
Sure.
would even make sense as played. But after it goes check, check on flop and again on turn, you just must bet.
There is that bet. A small one that is called quickly by the 8s.
ace of clubs. Sorry? No ace of clubs.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Because the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot, and bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper. I haven't seen a bluffing bumper either. I don't know what bumper to play, man.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong here.
Double board?
yeah.
You're talking, okay.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, double board.
No,
bomb.
because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah.
in the game.
Even more
At
wrong.
least it is. If you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops. Betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedhof, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera. Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green 10.
You have a bluff? You have green 10? Yeah. What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
Advantage, but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen, 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the
So
blood.
this is our main feature table. We have
So nice to just be on the sideline.
about
I'm
11
tired
more
to
just
do
like this
anything
out in the
before.
field.
I won car accident.
One action.
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top 2 for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening very early position with
As I say
10-6
that, you throw your
suited.
chips as closest to him as
A
possible.
dream scenario.
I'll throw 'em
Somehow
in, don't
flopping
worry.
top 2 on a rainbow board and up against
There you
2
go, there you
jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
A little defensive now, Suarez.
10,000.
A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there?
The 5K.
Yeah.
Coming. Relax.
Oh, I thought he was straddling 2.5x. I was like, this guy's got big balls, but the blinds are up.
Easy, easy, easy.
Wow.
Easy.
I've seen this movie before.
Michael, why are there so less entries on day 1B compared to day 1A? All the satellite winners online do get pushed to 1A.
Yep.
507 entries in that flight. Working on 110-ish here, as you see in the top right corner of your screen.
Oh, the tunes are back,
they're
Jeff.
back, baby.
I know the song, but I can't name the artist.
Yeah, the same. Really crank it.
See, all this because of
Okay,
his brother.
the cold 4.
We got a game.
Fawcett calls with the 10s. More than 51K in the pot. And it comes queen high. Pot starts to get more in.
doesn't seem like a great calling hand.
Yeah.
2 10s. He will flick it
Wow. Runecon gets paid off with the queens.
Welcome back, folks. Day 2, €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It's Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster, back in the booth. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening / night. 4 more levels to go, it looks like. Not your average levels either, 75 minutes a pop. And we've got a whole brand new lineup. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. MJ says volume is good. Volume has been awesome all day. Let's not count our lucky stars just yet. I was just running up and down them stairs. Definitely need to get some exercise in. 6K is the small blind, 12K is the big blind with a 12K running big blind ante. MJ wants to know what I had for dinner. I didn't even put it out on a plate, okay? Confessions from a pig. Well, I'm not a pig anymore. I'm a hog now. I'm in my mid-30s. But basically had half a chicken that never even made it onto a new plate. Just started devouring it. Then I stuffed a full sweet potato down my gob and then ate half to 3/4 of a salad. Not my finest work, really. I'm going to eat the second half. Well, it'll be the third half, really, with the next break. So I was trying to work backwards. Then I made a cup of tea instead of coffee. I don't really want to drink coffee this late. Had a cup of tea and 2 chocolate bars to keep the sugars up. And that's where we're at right now, but thanks for asking. It's probably a little bit disappointing, actually. Normally, I can do a lot more damage in 20 minutes. It's usually steak and eggs or a big roast dinner, but I was just nipping away at things there. So I wouldn't have inhaled as many calories as you would think. Actually, speaking of inhaling, I went out and done to bring in the dog. So I just done a very, very, very small round of Iceman breathing. Keep the energy levels up. I've loads of berries for tomorrow, stuff like that. The berries didn't make their way into the diet tonight. It's a bit late to be eating berries also. Berries and yogurt just don't sound too appealing with a cup of tea to me right now. They're more of a daytime thing, I'd imagine. Not that there's any rules on this. Now, we've a whole new table to get to after we've dissected my diet. Someone said something, oh, how many calories does whiskey have? Well, whiskey isn't a great thing to be drinking really at any time before night because there's no sugars in it. So even if you wanted a little drop of whiskey, I have had a nightcap before on stream, but it just makes me sleepy. It's not what I need to stay awake. It's those sugars from any source necessary. Obviously had a few fun days on the beer after all my poker had concluded in Galway. But sure, what goes in must come out and all that jazz. So, right off the bat, Adrian Kazaku, player to watch out for. A few 100K on his hand and mob for sure. And he's got all the chips, nearly 1.5 million to be precise. Blinds are 6, 12, 12. Then you've got Gianfranco Iaculi. Akuli? I didn't have time to do all these pronunciations on Google at the break. I was too busy stuffing my face. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, not sorry. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologise to absolutely nobody. Kazim with 81 bigs. Abdurraham Kilik with 38, and then Nathaniel Elidan with 38, Anthony Mahout. They're really testing me with the pronunciations on this one. This lineup is what I'm trying to say. Liran Polak then and Nihad Hodzik. Lots of fun for you to correct me on now in this next frame. Strata says, sorry, not sorry for all the food he gobbled down. Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit disappointing. They didn't even put it all on the one plate. Literally just got a fork, started gobbling the salad whilst just eating lumps of chicken off the bone. And then just ate the sweet potato like it was a mince pie or something. So not the greatest. Alas, we have some more energy after that 3.5 hour marathon. Apocalypse says, where's the resident professional pronunciator? Well, you're good with the English, aren't you, Apocalypse? So you can be my accountability buddy. I think it's a South Park reference. Ace King Queen is the flop. Blind be blind. I'm not fully familiar with some of these players. Not gonna lie. There's a lot going on this new feature. So if you have any info or know anything about any of the players, be sure to let me know. I actually want to go learn Gaelic again. I did it for the Leaving Cert and the Junior Cert Apocalypse, but I have decided I want to learn Italian first, so I need to get cracking on this Duolingo. One thing at a time, one day at a time, one frame at a time, one hand at a time at the moment. As he says, yes, English, not whatever the heck languages they are. Well, many different variations of the same English language. We speak some form of Pidgin English, I think, in Ireland. Whatever you want to call it. Woo! I think that's what noise pigeons make anyway. Someone call him Bird. Bird will know what to do. Apocalypse is giving out to himself there. Italiano abilissimo. E una lingua così bella. I have no idea what that means. Bella means nice as far as I can tell or remember. I am 12.5% Italian. Should probably know that one. We have reached under 100 on the ticker in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Average stack is 560,000. A lot of folds going on. There's going to be an adjustment period, right? So as these guys have been playing on the outer table, suddenly, you know, we've got through the bubble. We've had about 40 eliminations. Now they find themselves under the bright lights. It's been a long day already. The 4 levels to go. Adrenaline is running high, and it's going to play into all their decision making. It is a beautiful language indeed. So you're going to see an adjustment period. These guys are going to feel each other out. Now, I can't say for sure whether they were all on the same outer table. I don't think so. It doesn't appear that way to me. And that's why you're going to see it be a little bit cagey for the opening proceedings of this frame. So we are seeing Gianfranco really opening up his game. That's why it's an easy rejam here for Nihad Hudzik from the small blind. ECW King says, I think they all picked these names to troll Dan. Ash, I'm an easy troll. I am one big, giant mountain troll. Not quite like that big fella out of Harry Potter. Actually, I have to give Harry Potter an honourable mention. I watched all 8 movies. Forgot how much I loved that stuff. Maybe when I go play live, I'll just bring a wand to the table. That is surely turn a few heads. ECW King says if I ever make it to a King's final table, I'll just pick John Johnston. J squared for short. Gianfranco opening again. And Kilic. Gonna call from the small King Jack off suit. 9 deuce deuce. About a 34k and a call. Turn is denying a diamonds, double pair board now. And Glitch is going to rep a 9 or a deuce here, it looks like, by leading 50k into Gianfranco. We've got a non-believer forward slash floater. Floats him to the river. It's the ace of diamonds, and this is an interesting hand now. We've seen them playing quite straightforward before the break for 3.5 hours, for the most part anyway. So now it's about who wants it more. If Kilic checks, Gianfranco could easily put him in a blender here. If Kilic bets, Gianfranco might also continue to tell a story that he floated on the turn, or called on the turn with a 9. And that looks like a tiny bet. And I'm a non-believer, folks. I don't know what this bet's going to accomplish. I guess we have king high. That ace tends to smack Gianfranco's cut-off opening range. We can also have some ace-x ourselves from the small blind, although it's unlikely that we lead for 50k there on the turn. And that's why I think we are going to see a raise from Gianfranco. There you have it. $225 is the raise. This is a great example of how these small blockerish bets have been rampant around the poker community for a while now, but they can be easily exploited, and this is a great example of that. And he will take that one down, and that's a great illustration of using positional advantage there, not believing your opponent has a 9 or a deuce. When he goes for about 10% pot on the river, just going to lash it in. This guy's impressed me so far. We haven't even had a full orbit yet. And it's not easy to impress me, folks. ECW King, I don't think you need to explain anything. They'll just let you pick whatever you want. Poker says, I'd say my great grandmother was some ancient Mayan witch. Cool. I can't pronounce that previous thing you put in. What a load of war garble. Kutzalakota. No, I'm not going any further. People will think I'm gone crazy. They're not reading. The Poker Room Kings Twitch chat. To give an honorable mention to anyone tuning in from YouTube. We are over here chatting. We have moderators, etc. It's a lot more easy to enforce. Just so you know, yous aren't being forgot about. 97 remaining, and that means the current payout is €2,185. Strata says if we ever make a final table of kings, it will have a sign saying hello to Dan and chat. Yeah. And Gianfranco is in the mix again. Expect to see this guy be very active. Speaking of being very active, Kasim is raising him here with just 8-7. Turn is the Three of Hearts. Gianfranco, a non-believer. Kazim is going to bet again. Basically repping a set at this point, like a set of eights. Obviously, I'm saying because he has an 8 blocker in his hand, he can obviously have king, queen, queens, kings, a combo draw like jack nine of spades springs to mind, although maybe he just wants to check call that one. And Gianfranco does wave the white flag and let that one go. Can't blame him. Strong play here. This is a very different lineup than we had before the break, folks. And Kazim Bilikan has total live earnings of $6,000. That would indicate to me that he could be a cash player. Now, it's not always the case, but when we see players playing these kind of buy-ins and playing pretty aggro and comfortable, fearless, whatever you want to call it, usually directs me to have thoughts that it's not telling the full story. You hear me talk about this time and time again on the channel. Octop says the god of wind and rain must have been British. So he's going to do a word for the day during 2025 from the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. Please don't. Or if you want to, go ahead. Thank God I'm not here every day. Oh, we have another raise to 25k here from the cutoff. 8-7 suited. Anthony is going to call from the small with ace-4 of diamonds. Jack 8 is the flop. Right, Killage will bet and take that one down. Five's opening on the button. Takes down the blinds and antes. Keyframe, noun, a moment that felt innocuous at the time but ended up marking a diversion into a strange new era of your life, a chance meeting you think back on for years, a harmless comment that sparked an ongoing feud, an idle musing that would come to define your entire career, a monumental shift secretly buried among the tiny, imperceptible differences between one ordinary day and the next. How did I do there, Apocalypse? Considering I am a bit brain damaged. $20K is the bet here from the hijack of Kazaku, named after a motorbike. Vroom vroom. And Nathaniel Elidan is going to call. With a good shot, straight draw, turn is the 4 of clubs. Four clubs on the turn, 6 of spades on the river. Nathaniel checking, and very difficult for him to get the showdown and win with 10 high. So although we can see he has the best hand, I would prefer to see the big blind turn their hand into a bluff. Once the turn goes check, check, we find ourselves at somewhere around the bottom of our range. Surely he can get king high to fold, some ace high to fold. Kazaku decides to not bet there, and I think I might just bet there if I'm Adrian Kazaku also. Perhaps he was thinking that once Nathaniel checks the river, he's going to be very check call happy with a 9 or a queen. I don't really know what to say about that hand. I just think both players could go for a bluff on the river. It's going to be very difficult to win with 7 high. It's going to be very difficult to win with 10 high. Pocktup says, pretty good. It's only basic English, but well done. Sure, that's what I'm all about around here. I don't want to be spoiling the viewers with some big words like marmalade. Pocktup says, going for a little walk, need to burn off that dinner. Won't be long at all. You need to burn off some of that English language coming out your arse. I'll talk to you in a bit. He had taken that one down with the ace-queen suited. ECW King saying hi and bye all at the same time. Kazaku getting jiggy with it here, raising some early position. Don't try this one at home, folks. 9-7 off suit. Currently going for full wall up there. 16 off suit. Lipinski takes it down. So we have a look here now at the board. Adrian, 200 big blinds above. And then Ian Franco. Adrian and very creatively and impressively so far with 3 bigs. Daniel then with 38, Anthony with 30, Village with 29, Duran Polak with 24, and we had himself on the leaderboard to worry about here. Still playing a healthy enough 18 big blinds. So, 12, 12. Gianfranco, 9-3 suited. Nihad's going to defend from the small blind. Flops a flush draw, nut flush draw on the ace 10-8 to diamond flop. Goes check, check. Turn is the ace of hearts. River is the queen of diamonds. $35K is the bet. Surely Gianfranco just lets this one go. Would have been a bad time to bluff there with the 9-3. Dead right, no pair, no draw. Just going to limp. Complete his option in the small with 7-6 offsuit, and Kazaku is going to check his option with 4-3 offsuit. Actually, no, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. He is going to raise. Perno draw says, I mean, it was actually a great card to bluff. As just it's hard to interact with the board when we raise with 9-3 suited. Just terrible timing considering his opponent's hand. Yeah. I think I just waved the white flag, honestly. It's like, it's going to be so difficult that your opponent doesn't have any piece of that board. Gillage is just going to open rip 26 bigs here on the button. A bit overkill with a hand as strong as ace 10. Will take down the blinds and antes. Easiest way to explain that situation is if you have aces and it comes around to the button and you shove 26 bigs, it is certainly profitable, but it does not make it optimal in the slightest. Just raise the 26k with ace 4 offsuit. Kazaku is going to 3-bet to 70k with the ace blocker on the button. Leveraging the cutoff's entire stack here. Gillage lets that one go. Sometimes we might just 4-bet rip there. As much as it might seem way too wide, suited variety certainly. And against a guy who has a lot of chips and is aggressive and is 3-betting us, we can take a stand there with the ace blocker from time to time. Does decide to let it go and live to fight another day. Nihad is mixing things up here. Under the gun +2. Just going to limp with pocket 8s. Pollock is going to complete his option. Azim is going to check his option. 6-5-3 is the flop. Over pair for Nihad. This Kazim is going to lead though for 15k. And now Nihad just going to open jam over the top of the 15k bet. And Kazim is just going to get out of there. Nihad limp and pre. Looking for a raise, it seems, so he could come over the top with his mid pair. Gets it through and is now playing 26 big blinds. So we do see heads up to the flop, ace-jack against the ace-5. Both players flopping top pair. Kazaku being outkicked considerably here from Gianfranco. I need to find out how much this guy is up. I do like his name. Very hard not to say Zola after Gianfranco. Of course, that is in reference towards the soccer player / Italian football manager. And yes, my suspicions were correct. He is up around 350. Nearly up 350k on his Hendon mob. No pair, no draw says 350. One of the best episodes of South Park ever, I reckon. Actually, while we're at it there, no pair, no draw, or anyone else in the chat, has anyone seen the movie Sling Blade? Sling Blade and Kingpin were my choices for people looking for looking for movies over the Christmas period, apart from Harry Potter, of course. Bet is 82k. 82k is the call. River is the Queen of Hearts. That is not a great card for Adrian Kazaku. That Queen of Hearts completes the flush, completes the straight. It's not a great card for either player, really, but Gianfranco blocks the straight with the jack kicker as well. 292 in the pot. And I think this is just a check back from the hijack. The pot's bloated enough. Not too much value to be extracted here from top pair with a 5 kicker. And I expect to see Adrian just check it back, and he does do just that. Noam saying 42 in the chat. What's up, buddy? Says, is that not from the micros? I'm not sure. Don't know what the micros are off the top of my head. French Frab Potatoes. Haven't seen Sling Blade in years. Yes, indeed.
Boring table here. Yeah. See. See everything.
As Apocalypse declares he is back, I didn't even know you were gone. I did get good news, no pair, no draw. Well, it's not my good news, but I see there is new South Park on the horizon. They are coming back swinging hard now in 2026. I think they've done 7 of their 14 specials, and they have a few more seasons to do. Because that contract they signed was for nearly $1 billion. I think it was like 930 million, if I recall correctly. Apocalypse said we were going for a walk. Yeah, I was only joking. I said, yeah, you need to get rid of some of those English words out of your arse there. You're flowing with the English language today. Nothing like a walk there, a brisk walk in the evening to cool the jets. I'm sure it's very chilly in the Shetlands. Shetland pony. Bet a 25k and a call on the King 9-5. Turn is the 10. Under the gun against under the gun +2. Nihad goes into check call mode now, I presume. We're seeing a lot of floaty play going on here in this frame so far. Obviously, it's warranted here from Kazaku. Backdoor clubs working for him. Backdoor straight draw working for him, and he could have the best hand with just ace high. River comes to 4. He's going to knuckle back. We'll get the bad news, and Nihad will take that one down. Now playing 34 big blinds. Anthony min raising here. Queen 10 off suit. We do see the flop of 6 deuce deuce. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. We haven't had any problems with the quality of the communications. Long may it rain. Someone asking, is Lackey Luck in the tournament? I would presume so. Legend at Kings will be shocked to see him not playing this one. Don't have any information to confirm or deny that now. We've got a rebooter. Someone's got to reboot the machine sometimes. You got to give it that good reboot. Looks like Anthony is going to continue telling a story. Unplug and plug it back in, says no pair, no draw. Yeah, sometimes that works. That works 100% of the time, 83% of the time. $58K is the bet, and Gianfranco most likely going to be forced to let his pocket trays go into the muck. But he does release. There is the update of the chip counts. Polak at the bottom of the leaderboard with 21 bigs. Kazaku in the lead with 105, and everything in between. You've got some drop off after the top three, though, all the way from 95 bigs to 35 bigs. It is all to play for here. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 2 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's your boy, Action Man Dan. Suppose I can't be a boy if I'm a man. Used to be a pig, more of a hog now. I'm in my mid-30s. Your broadcaster and Irish pundit for the entire 3 days of this coverage. We are about halfway through day 2. So much more action to come tonight. And then, of course, we have very, very long days tomorrow. And then the final day will be on Tuesday. So, viewers, spoiled, rotten on the 12th, 13th, and 14th of January 2025. Keep the vibe alive. Let's go. Zaku with the min. Anthony. I don't know much about Anthony, but he seems like he is more than willing to splash around, hanging around. He could be part of that Dorian Melhair's crew. Big shout out to him actually winning another ring. Hadn't heard him winning anything for a while. Yeah, my suspicions were correct yet again. Anthony is up over 200k. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Pollock with an awesome opportunity to 4-bet rip, and he does do just that. Right, Killich is asking for a count. We must be getting close to a pay jump. No, we're not that close to a pay jump. Current payout is €2,185. No pair, no draw says he must be tanking to save face. Yes, I think so. And Liran Polak will take that one down now, playing 31 big blinds. Hawkins says, I just noticed they got rid of channel points. Oh, boo earns.
schaust du seine Karten im Stream und sagst, Problem, call, fold, raise. Stimmt eigentlich. Yes or no? Ich hätte vorhin gewonnen. Die 50 raise. Das weiß ich, ja. Nobody's so time. You can waste 30 minutes. Look your card in the stream.
Go.
And go live.
But I 25 minutes after I say.
You will time.
Yeah, after 25.
That is sucks though. You guys loved your channel points.
Ich hab nicht verloren. Die Situation. Ich hab den schon zweimal gekriegt, ja. Das ist nicht genug. Man muss noch machen. Ich hab 2 Feinde gehabt. Ich warte. Also das war's. Ich auch. Sorry. Team war die Fresse am Tisch.
Oh wow, my
Er hasst mich auf Blut sowieso.
apologies. I don't apologize to anybody or for nothing, but all the time, his birthday, 44. How did I miss that one? How do you like those apples? Happiest of birthdays to you all the time. One of the biggest and best supporters of this channel, the Action Army Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Hope you have a great day. Hope you're enjoying a few beers, brewskis, whiskies, whatever the case may be skis. Well, lads, the blinds have gone up. Eight, 16, 16. That's 8K small blind, 16K big blind with a 60K running big blind ante. As all the time says, thanks Dan, cheers. You are very welcome. So it looks like we are going to play one more level, then go on a break, and then come back for 2 more levels. That's so far what I can see. But you've got to remember, I do need glasses. I'm going to get that sorted very soon. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Ace, Jack, 8-5 is the board. River is the 9 of diamonds, and now Anthony with the nut flush. Sometimes you might check here to try and juice a bet, but I think there's more merit to betting ourselves considering how many hands can call us. No pair, no draw says I think I would have liked to bet on the turn from Anthony. Now he isn't getting anything else from Adrian. Yeah, that's fair enough, but Anthony has the jack, so he already has a pair. So there's no need for him to bet that turn. He just wants to go into check call mode. Because if he does get called, he's going to get called by an ace. And he's bloating the pot and he's out of position. So I actually think he played that very well. Gianfranco, pocket sixes, opens the action. Kazim's going to let it go. Kazaku going to see a flop. So they are going heads up under the gun +1 against the cutoff. And Gianfranco is deciding between checking and betting. 2 overcards to his pocket sixes. Does have range advantage considering he is from early position. It would be more likely we would see him check if this was Queen 7-5, considering there's more Queen X type holdings in Kazaku's cutoff calling range. Kazaku not going to entertain floating there. Actually, would be a pretty good hand to float with, considering how deep they are. I don't think it's a mistake to fold the 10-8 of hearts, but there is a lot of backdoor playability. Decides against it and lets it go on this occasion, but something to keep an eye on in the future. Brendan says, where are the other tables? Brendan, I think I was talking to you earlier, buddy. We do not have any information about the outer tables, just the feature table itself. Kazaku with the min. Anthony with the cutoff call. Flop is ace deuce 3-2 pair for Kazaku. Check. Turn is Jeffrey. Jack of diamonds rolls off, and now Anthony has a pair. And now he's just going to raise to 150. Getting the bet from Anthony. So he's gone for check on the flop. And now going for a second check before check raising. Creative stuff here from Kazaku. Gets that bet from his opponent with various hands. Could be a bluff, could be a flush draw denying equity. Although, once we check the flop with the flush draw, might be more trying to just check back on the turn also. Gets a jack to fold, can get value from worse ace-x type holdings or better kickers, obviously, but not having two pairs, what I'm trying to say. Strata says, don't they have a table in Vegas playing in this tourney? Oh, God, guys. Perhaps there's a few on the moon, all right. Me had going. And 5-3 is the flop four ways. Small against big, against under the gun, against the cutoff. Two players with ace jack. Not much going on for Gianfranco. Nathaniel with a good shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Turn is the deuce of hearts. I think I might lead now from the small blind. Picking up additional equity. But with no spade in his hand, just decides to check. It's easy for us to say when I can see all the cards. Gianfranco is going to bet 40k, and look at this awareness from Gianfranco, sniffing out weakness and taking that one down with just Jack 8, repping that board from the big. That one smacking the big blinds. The big blinds defending frequencies. More so than the openers. Yeah, the big blinds perceived defending range is what I was trying to say. Bird says watching some poker and NFL playoffs at the same time. Can it get any better? It can, yeah. I was wondering about you earlier. You claim to be a bird, but you never told us what bird you claim to be. What I was trying to do with the noise of a pigeon, and it went something like, "Ooh!" I was wondering if that was a good enough pigeon sound, or if you wanted to rate it out of 10. Thanks very much. As Apocalypse says, would rather microwave my eyeballs than watch NFL. Well, hold on now. You watch a lot of sports, some strange sports, and people don't say to you they'd rather microwave their eyeballs. But always causing a bit of ruckus around here. I like that though, microwave my eyeballs. It's actually sometimes what my eyes feel like lately. They feel a bit microwaved. Nathaniel 3 betting to 85k with the ace king suited. Flops best here with his top pair. And he will take that one down with a bet. Not much going on for Kazim there. Not even going to bother c-betting. Anthony raising to 32k. I'm in. Lovely, sexy, pretty, Jack 10 suited. Puck 60-minute game spread over 4 hours with 10 minutes of throwing and running. Yeah, great football. Stratus says, just remember, Apocalypse is a huge fan of submarine racing. He sits out every night watching them go by underwater. Crab racing. Up here we call them orcas. They did look very much like orcas when you sent me a photo one day. I'm sure they make those cool noises as well. A sonar of sorts. Small blind. Ace king. Looks like he's just going to straight up rip. I think it's fine to just rip 15 bigs, but I might be more inclined to try and juice against a large stack in the big blind. It does suck, however, when we make it like 3x there, 3.5x and get flatted. You miss the flop, you've put in over 20% of your stack, and then you c-bet small, well, depending on what the flop is, and you get my drift. It can be a nightmare when we don't hit the flop. I think 15 bigs, though, is about the cutoff there for just jamming. Any more than that just seems complete overkill. Bird says lobster ballet. $70 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,585. The pay jump has been reached. Average stack is almost at 800k now, which is good for 50 big blinds. 2 red ladies for Polak as an overpair. From about 9-6 deuce flop. $125 is the bet. Now, had he gone for a smaller sizing, the pocket sevens might hang around, but for that, okay, never mind. He's decided he's going with his hand, and that's it. C'est la vie. Good night, Irene. It looks like it's going to be a huge double up here for Polak, unless it's always coming 7, and it hasn't done so yet. 670k in this pot. Turn is an 8, giving an open ender to Kazim. River is the ace of hearts. Really, really nice double up there from the ladies for Lyran, Polak, Gianfranco, and Kazaku at the top of the leaderboard, and then Kazim with 43 bigs, Polak now with 42. Big double up for him. Nathaniel with 33, Nihad with 20, Anthony with 19, And Kilich with 18 is your shortest stack at this feature, but not so short. Still loads of bigs in a 75-minute clock environment. No pair, no draw. Says heading off to dinner. It sounds like you were still going for a while. Oh, you could be here for a while yet. We have this level and 2 more 75-minute levels. Get out of here. Go enjoy real life. Strata says he's going out for a cigar. Very classy indeed. $60K is the bet from the King 9. Oh, 16? No, probably not. He's going for half pot. Oh no, he has gone for very, very, very small sizing. That means it's going to get raised. How'd you like them apples? 80K from the Ace Queen. So he just sniffs that one out, realizing Gianfranco's tiny bet there going to indicate weakness a considerable portion of the time, and correctly raises with the Ace Queen, takes it down right here, right now. As Bird says, feels as if I'm surrounded with some VIPs here. The one who only eats lobster, the next smoking cigars. What's next? Oh, sorry, have to leave. My private jet is waiting. Doctor says, don't be silly, private helicopter. Is this one of these underwater helicopters? UFOs, aliens. Traveling at the speed of light underwater, all the way up into the sky. Moving on. Bird says, oh, sorry, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. Sir! He had raised the 32K, 18 big blinds behind, but the ace 10 of clubs. Illich is going to shove on him from the hijack with jacks. All the times is gifts, dinner, and birthday cake. That seems like a triple whammy. All diamonds on the flop. Queen 10-4. $22K is the bet here from Nathaniel. 9 players remaining out. And I reckon they will be starting, not quite the last 2 levels yet, but you can see fatigue is starting to set in. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. That's when the cream rises to the top. Got to be there for the championship rounds. As I try to give the advice to the players, and I need to take that advice myself. Johan, the main man, returns to tell us there is a 15-minute break at the Dutch stream. Thanks for that, Johan. This is just going to open rip 22 bigs of pocket tens. Do not try this at home. If he gets called, most likely he's going to be dominated by jacks plus. Occasionally will get called by ace queen suited, maybe even ace queen offsuit. But even ace jack, most likely going to get mucked for this price. And if he's called, he's going to be up against like ace king offsuit, ace king suited, maybe ace queen suited. I don't even know. Sometimes ace queen offsuit will fold. Gianfranco showing an ace. But we all know that trick, Gianfranco, if that is your real name. 6 kicker. Why don't you show the 6 kicker? You see Kazaku been raising with 6-5 suited. Anthony's going to shove with King Jack suited. 19 bigs. Blinds at 8, 16, 16. This level will be going. Go halfway through this level, and the blinds will be 10 and 20. But he will take that one down, and now Anthony with a monster. 2 red aces. He bets the 88K. Now, gone for the 3 bet to 5.5 big blinds. This will look incredibly strong off this stack depth, considering Kazaku was one of the chip leaders at this table, has raised under the gun, and the 3 bet has come from under the gun +1. Anthony will show the goods. The jig was fairly up there anyway. You can't have a lot of bluffs in that exact scenario. Could maybe occasionally throw in something like King Queen or some form of ace blocker. But in general, it's just going to be a very nutted range. And we're going to see a huge pot here. It just depends on what sort of a way all of these players want to play it. You're dealing with 80 bigs a pop almost. It's queens against ace king. And there is a threshold where this is just too much chips to be getting in pre. There hasn't been a ridiculous dynamic between the two because they're both the chip leaders at this feature. But things are about to get a little bit hairy. The three bet has come from the big blind from the two ladies, and Gianfranco is deciding what way he wants to proceed. I think he's going to go for a four bet. If he goes for a chunky size, the queens are just going to rip, and we are going to have one of the biggest pots of the tournament on our hands. Fasten your seatbelts, says Johan. 76 bigs effective. Between 70 and 80 bigs each, I believe they have. We haven't seen a clash or a confrontation of this magnitude throughout the entire day, if I recall correctly. No, we haven't. There is no, I recall correctly, needed. Now Gianfranco doesn't want to have to call it off because it's just ace king, but it's ace king suited. It's button, it's not the button, it's the cutoff against the big blind. And when we set it up this way, it's just fairly impossible for us to fold. Problem is, he's been running over the table, probably running over the entire tournament. And now it seems like, oh, I'm calling 52 bigs to go into a flip. See, Zaku actually looks fairly nervous here. That lean back into his seat and distance between his earlobes and his shoulders there just dissipating is what I'm trying to say. He's gone into full turtle mode. Gianfranco might know that Adrian Kazaku is capable of doing this with hands like ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited. Maybe occasionally goes for a huge jam with hands like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. That might seem extreme to you guys, but when your opponent has done the floor betting for us, it is a situation where we want to 3 to 5 bet it some of the time. But usually with 50 bigs or less, this seems a ridiculous amount of chips. If I was feeling a bit depleted before, I'm on the edge of my seat now. Gianfranco can't really pass this up because he's put so much of a stack in the middle already. Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat box. I'm not going to read any comments just yet. Let's see how this one unfolds. If he somehow folds with 52 bigs behind, I wouldn't be shocked. It would be a little bit, I suppose it would be a little bit shocking, but you could understand why such a massive tournament. There's 69 players back. You can fold and still have 52 bigs. You don't need to be flipping in this situation. On the other hand, if he's caught Adrian Kazaku in the cookie jar with some form of suited wheel, I just don't really think they've been playing that way. It's easy for us to say, for the commentator watching all this at home, the luxury of being able to see all the cards. He played for days on end. He does decide to call, but warranted thought process. And if he'd have folded, I wouldn't have been the biggest shocker in the world. Not going near the chat box just yet, but Jesus Christ. Yabba dabba do. Wow, wee wah. 2.442 million in this pot. Whoever wins this hand is going to be overwhelming chip leader of the entire event. I would imagine. I'm sure there's someone that has close on the outer table, but the point and sentiment remains the same. This is one of the biggest hands of the tournament. Jack 4-5, 1 spade on the flop. And Gianfranco is going to be left with fumes if he can't win this flip. Turn is the 9 of clubs, and the two ladies for the big blind looking super pretty as we hit the river, just 12% equity. For Gianfranco, it doesn't arrive. It's the 7 of spades. Wow. Hand of the day. Can't blame either player. But geez, you just don't want to be flipping for that amount. Jeez Louise. Or maybe you do in a tournament like this, which is going to be packed with loads and loads of great players. You want to take every edge you can. That's why I would have been fairly shocked. I know I've said shocked like 4, maybe 5 times now, but I would have been. It would have been an astounding fold if the Ace King had passed there. But when we're suited and we've put in about a 25% of our stack or so already, I think we just have to commit. Woo! That'll get the blood flowing and the heart racing. Oh boy, do we love action. We've been deprived of action to that magnitude now throughout the day. We really have. But that one didn't disappoint. Okay, we get to the chat now, and it's got to hurt so much for Gianfranco. Say la vie, sometimes you got to win those flips. Bird says the thing is, Queens is getting a 4-bet. The best of hope is Ace King, but it is even more possible that it is Aces or Kings. I think both players played the hand fine. It just sucks when you've got to gamble for that amount of money. The shove is not that good. I think it's better if we get to shove the Queen's bird than have to call there. I don't think we can go post flop once it's kicked back at us there with the 4-bet. I can't remember the exact sizing, but Ralphie says, it's Queens, Kings, or Aces. Well, just this new age game where it's not just a nutted range. Johan says, with Queens, I make the call and see the flop. Low flop is action time. Yeah, I understand. You might want to play it that way as well. Markham says, I'm not against the fold at all. If Adrian has aces or kings, then you've just blown 75 big blinds in a 1K. Now Ace King has the same problem. 153 big blind pot, folks. What a coin flip. That's one of the biggest coin flips I can remember commentating on in recent times. I know I'm on about it being in a 1K plus sort of a situation. Basically gone from huge stack to out when he was flipping at best. That was incredible. You're on about whiskey earlier. You nearly need a whiskey to settle the nerves after that one. Buckle says, I know it's easy to get married to ace king, especially suited, but it's still only ace high. And when he 4-bet shows 75 bigs, it's hardly going to be ace queen. Was that not a 5-bet shove? Open 3-bet, 4-bet from the ace king, and a 5-bet rip. So much volatile action. I need a moment to recompose myself. Was a 5-bet all in. Whew. Okay, ace, queen, jack is the flop. Ace 5 taking that one down for Kilich. Look at that leaderboard now. Zaku with nearly half the chips in play at this feature table. 152 big blinds. Closest to him is 38, and we had with 15, and Gianfranco. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta stain. He can do, I don't think. There's also another way we can play that hand that no one has really talked about, where we just call in position with ace king suited once we've been 3-bet from the big blind. The 8 players remaining now. There's an all in from the ace 10, which is going to click it back to 77k to isolate Gianfranco. Let's see how he flips this time. 122k to get him back into this as a spinnable and winnable stack. 10 in the window, followed by an ace to 4. And there's Queen of Diamonds, so no 7, and he's good for a double up. Oh no! Oh dear! 7 arriving on the river. I really enjoyed commentating on that man's play. If he is one I'll be watching out for. I suggest you do the same. Unlucky, sir. Good game. He will leave us in 68th place. Never rains, but it pours. 67 remaining now. Two pair Orcas him on the turn. Reaching. He does have a piece of it, but I don't think he's going to be able to continue. He's just got 12 bigs behind. Expensive for him to call there. And yes, indeed, the jackpot has been declared in the background by that classical music. What says in there's the jackpot winner for the day. Or is it just pretend you get busted in the back? Someone is winning the jackpot in the background. Could have taken that one down with a small bet. Or it says, just pretend you get busted and in the back, someone is winning the jackpot in the background. Yeah. Fuck, it's paying down to an FT tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, yeah. I'd imagine so. There's just all going to be very long days, apocalypse, whatever way it works out. This ain't no Mickey Mouse bullshit. And this ain't no goddamn yoga retreat. Tensions are going to be running at a maximum as we get closer and closer to the FT, but not too long left in this level, and then 2 more levels tonight. Pull up with the jacks. Put that one down. So yeah, still another 2.5 hours tonight. I reckon they're going at a steady enough pace there, Apocalypse. Pocket 8. Been raising with a little bit of cheese on top. He's going to call in the big with 3s. Jack 6 is the flop. Maxime will take that one down. A small C bet. Hijack for 9.6 bigs there. Could just shove the ace-5 offsuit. Pretty good spot to try pick up some chips and get something going. Decides against it. We are going to be tighter in a tournament like this into some big stacks, and it's a 75-minute clock, but I think ace-5, sub 10 bigs in the hijack is a good opportunity to shove all in. Could even get behind folding ace-deuce offsuit there, ace-3 offsuit, the ace-4, ace-5. I think we're in jamming territory. And he bet 16k here on the turn, and Polak's going to call. The river is the 4 of hearts. Polak bets 25k. There's not much Anthony can do here. Blind v blind with just queen high. Really studying his opponent. Unless he thinks he can make a move. Doesn't really have too much chips to try this one. Maybe he's considering calling with queen high. Can beat some spade draws, I guess. Some straight draws. Blocks some of the straight draws with the 8 in his hand. Did seem quite suspicious there. Suspicious house. Oh, I think you meant spacious. He had shoves for 9.6 bigs, pocket 8s from early position. Yamani says, hello, maid Befcon engine. Hello. Hello, please. King 8 of spades, min raising, round 2. Nathaniel. Ace, queen. I think we just call here against the chip. No. That looks like a jam in a sense. Looked a bit irritated, if anything. Kazaku is going to stall the ball. Stall the digger, as we say in Ireland. Pausing with his king 8 of spades. Saving face. I don't think there's a pay jump to be worried about just yet. No. Folds eventually. I think he's waiting there. I couldn't hear the exact dialogue, but it looked like he was waiting before folding to get some additional information. Maybe I'll write that down and add that to my arsenal. Okay, very exciting frame. Peaks and valleys. It's had its ups and downs today, but that massive hand with the ace-king against the queens was man of the match so far. I am starving. Going to eat the second half of my dinner.
It's aces versus queens.
Need to eat something to get the food off my mind.
Okay, do you really
We'll be back in 20 minutes or so
Yeah.
for the last 2 levels of the night.
Why are you happy?
If you've been with us all day, don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
It's 7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's
Touchman.
24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I've got out of the prediction best a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward
It's perfect.
slightly?
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, what a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards.
What
throughout
a
this tournament,
tease.
Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chop set up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly. It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos, just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can understand that sentiment.
Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean.
Cabral.
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise, and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front,
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. Pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum
1.2
re-raise.
million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it
there
is.
you
So as
go.
to isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this.
But he only
big...
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge
Good luck
sweat.
in main
This
event,
would have been
okay?
a fun flop if
Yeah, I
this
mean,
went
you had a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
Bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the
Brutal.
mic off, and that is it.
Brutal.
Right?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I
Only
suspect that's the
100,
same
yeah.
with this guy right here,
Very
Martin Cabral.
suspicious.
I think this is what he needs to
Round
do
hand
to
before,
play
ace
his
jack,
A
now
game.
like ace
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Oh, no,
Absolutely.
Today, on final table, sorry. Today. You wanna see. Ace king. Ace king, offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so
No, never.
you did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, no, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin
just a
Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
Just very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov
Not bad.
picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final
What are you
table.
doing?
I stealing your big blind from under the
Stealing?
gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you were doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this
Under the gun.
at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Husu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is 3rd on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And,
Mr. Blum.
yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right? Hand,
Wow.
hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found yeah, I mean the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
5-3 rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so
It's
entertaining.
unbelievable. Jack 5-3 rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
Maybe next game you're possible. to
Please
bust.
don't do anything stupid, okay? Please. Check blade.
Oh my.
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
He certainly could.
they're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand
Bubble,
down.
yeah?
You're all
Bubble
liars.
play? Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are
Right,
liars.
Kristen, yeah? What the fuck? Queen Jack 3-5. Rainbow. Almost.
Martin can't believe it.
Okay.
He has the
only
stone
call.
nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be
Okay.
2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of stereo card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king, king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Sorry, can I see your set, please? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You so bad.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You so bad, man.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum. I'm happy.
You play very good.
Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blum Started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pot. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it.
Hand,
The river card irrelevant. Cabral
pocket nine
drawing
was
dead.
8-9. Heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nines. Lost.
At the risk of dying and choking on this apple, we do have an all-in a call with one of my favourite players of last year at Kings in a coin flip situation for Dino Lombardi's stack. 3 clubs out there. Turn is the king of spades. 2 pair for Mephisto. Dangerous man to be giving chips to. 680k. Oh, it's the ace of clubs. I don't believe it. Whew. Has it all been for nothing? He even has GOAT written on his jumper. One of my favorite animals. Dino gets there on the river. Mephisto making a good call pre. Very difficult to fold given that dynamic in terms of the button against the small blind. Welcome back. For the last 2 levels of the night, there's definitely more than the pip stuck in my throat from that apple. How would you like those apples? Right, we're back, lads. Last 2 levels of the night, day 2 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's your boy, your man. I suppose I'm a man, not a boy. Action Man Dan in the house. 10k is the small blind. 20k is the big blind with a 20k running big blind ante. 60 players remaining. Average stack approaching a million, which would be good for 50 bigs. Let's go. Stratos. Well, that was an adventure. Went driving on some back roads while smoking the cigar. I'm beginning to think that cigar is a funny fag. A funny cigarette. Some wacky tobacco. Next thing I know, I'm in the city. The next city south of me took over 10 minutes on the highway to get back home. I was in some very rural areas. Then I was next to 300k housing area. Just out driving and enjoying the country. Was going down roads I've never been on. The cigar was a good cheap one. They usually are. Buy them in packs of 20 for around 80 bucks. Weed is pretty cheap in the US. Giuseppe Tarsia. I tell you, there's a lot of Italians in force in this event. I love commentating on those fiery, passionate Italians. Take a drink of water, Dan. Thanks, Stratos. That's something I actually never would have thought of. I was trying to speak at the same time. Well, you can hear me drinking water. I sound like that guy in the wheelchair out of Malcolm in the Middle that can't breathe. Shout out to Malcolm in the Middle. What a show. Stevie, I think his name was. Mephisto is all in over the top here of Claudio Di Giacomo, who is a beast of a man. We're off, I would say the races, but just 35% equity for Mephisto. Eight in the window, and one of my favorite players is out of here. One card away from having the guts of 40 bigs. Now we will say goodnight to the bad guy. Definitely need to meet that guy at some point. Turn is a king, river is the 10. Some would say just breed. So 2 levels to go, 59 players remaining. Page on blooming from 2585 to 3,020 euro in the next 5 eliminations or so. So we have a brand new lineup. Terence Etim. Now, I don't want to go out on a limb here, but I think I've seen this guy before. I believe he is some sort of a fighter. UFC fighter. Or maybe a Cage Warriors type deal. Could be totally wrong. But that name is definitely one I've seen before at the Irish Open. Something around that area. If I am correct, that means he's going to be on the more fearless side of things. Usually guys who are willing to get into cages with sweaty men to fight for their life are not afraid in other realms of the world, shall we say. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Giuseppe betting 30k on the turn. Range advantage. This is going to smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from the button. He's got to raise to 90k with his straight here. I'm not the biggest fan of this because this doesn't make much sense. He is probably trying to get external value from a 2-pair type holding that the big blind might have. And this is the advantage of raising here. It looks like Mario is full of shit here with his raise, with his straight. And that's what's led Giuseppe Tarsia to 3-bet this turn to the tune of 230k. We can see pretty ill timing. Mario calling the 140k, and look at the size of this pot now. 570,000. And if Giuseppe Tarsia thinks that his opponent shouldn't have any forex that raises that turn, we might see him go for the lot here and empty the clip. Clip that. Tarsia does wisely decide to check. Must think Mario has to have a 4 to continue on the turn. And as for Mario, he's going to try to get paid, but we can see it's not going to work. I was going to say, the only way it would work is if he thought his opponent might call with a 2-pair type holding, so to go for quite a small sizing. His opponent only has 4-10 behind, so Mario's bet, nearly half of that, 150k. Giuseppe will eventually let that go. So this is our new lineup. We can see we're surrounded by Italians, some of my favorite poker players and people. Claudio, who needs no introduction, he's up chunks on his hand and mob. Not too familiar with Mario Colavita. Jan Krahuluk, not too familiar with either. Dino Lombardi, our third of 4 Italians, and Giuseppe Tarsia, who we just aforementioned. Jan certainly looks the part. Gonna have to give this guy a Hendon mob in a moment. Like I said, most players remaining will be up a few 100k. It's nearly shocking to see someone who hasn't had many big scores remaining in this field. Doesn't mean that they aren't out there. And Terence Lee, Terry Eatham, is a retired English mixed martial artist who competed as a lightweight. And he was indeed in the UFC. And I know I'm supposed to be impartial and unbiased, but I wish that guy all the best. What an awesome opportunity. Anyone that excels in a sport and then moves over to a different realm, like a retired footballer or something like that, and then they hone their skills in a new craft, gets my vote of confidence. And I happen to really like mixed martial arts. And Apocalypse seconds my motion, saying he was indeed in the same 25-25 event in Blackpool as me 11 years ago. Wow. Small world, eh? I just knew I recognized the head off him, and then I seen the name. Put 2 and 2 together, quick maths. Hopefully he'll hear this later. Giving him a big shout out. 2 pair here for Giuseppe. I've actually played with him in the Irish Open there last year, I think it was. I like to have a mean and scary presence at the table sometimes, and I'm like, the way this guy's staring at me looks like he'd take my head off. Then I'd done some homework and realised he was an MMA fighter. Claudio with the best of it. And look at his stat, guys. He's fast approaching 2 million. I'd say he has a few scores to his name, Apocalypse. Yeah, like, just trying to think who he was. There's a few of those English groups, and then they're all coaching and studying together, and I think he was a part of that at one point. There you go. Terence Eatham, 420k in total live earnings almost. Thank you very much for that, Apocalypse. I'm getting a bit lazy with the Hendon mob, Googling at this hour. This one will just get shown down. And no harm, no foul. Giuseppe taking that one. Away from Claudio. I'm not sure what age Claudio Di Giacomo is, but he's definitely been around a while and he's got a few tricks up his sleeves and he's definitely one to watch in this field. Exciting stuff for the next few days. A lot of big names still out there, and we have no idea who could be left out there. Left outside alone. All will be revealed. You can check up everything in the morning, all the day, 3 chip counts, etc. We will only have information about the feature table itself. Claudio is just going to call from the small. Jan raising it up to 70k. Right, so with a funny comment there about Claudio, we'll get to that in a moment. He's definitely from the older contingent was my whole point. And some of these guys who are from 10, 15, 20 years ago, they've got some tricks up their sleeves. I always talk about it on this channel. They have plenty of ways of combating the new generation's strategies, shall we say. Claudio will concede there on the deuce 5, 6, 5, 4 board. Giuseppe with the raise from under the gun +1. ISO says those refined greys say at least 56 years old. And seeing as how most people look younger than they are, and he is no exception, I'd say a bit older. I'd say you are totally correct and totally right. Correct and right. Strata says, do the players pay for drinks or do they get them for free and tip? Well, I don't know. They're far from Tipperary. Tipperary being a place in Ireland, me making a joke. It was a bit of a shout out there to Noam Sain. There was too many Noam Sains. Giuseppe betting 80k here on the river with 2 pair. Mario raises to 250k and gets absolutely snapped off by Giuseppe Tarsia, having none of it, not even considering that Mario might have the straight. I was going to say this could be a nice hand for Mario to rep because he's got the straight blocker. It all happened very fast there. It's a very famous and popular song, Apocalypse Yes. No, I'm saying might be able to shed some further light. I don't quite live in Tipperary, but I am not too far from being 1 county over. Maybe it's nearly 2 counties over, but within an hour's distance anyway. I'm saying definitely not a tip song. But to answer the question, I don't know if they get tipped or what way the drinks work. Everyone doesn't just eat for free. It's not a cash game. ECW King says Piccadilly is a flavour Doritos, right? No, I'm saying says here's a tip: don't eat yellow snow. Go on, the lads. Great to see the chat hopping, bopping, bumping, and pumping at this late hour of the day. Mario raising it to 50k. ZZ. Zeddy. All in with the King 8 offsuit. This actually seems fine. You're going to have a decent amount of equity, but perhaps because we've already posted our big blind ante and our small blind, we can just fold this King 8. We have a full orbit before the blinds get back to us. It is Queen 5-4. And turn is a 3. King or an 8 needed on the river, or we will say goodbye to ZZ. Z. We do lose another player. As ISO said, Zed's dead, baby. Oh, yeah, that's... what movie is that out of? Zed's dead. Oh, surely it's Pulp Fiction. I think I'm 3 for 3 today. I've got Pulp Fiction right. I got the MMA fighter right. And I think there was a movie reference earlier. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but 3 out of 3. 3 is the magic number. 5 will make you get down now. I don't know if there's a prize. We're working on giving away Hoovers. Just sending people Hoovers that get questions right. I'm in talks with some Hoover companies at the moment. They've yet to get back to me after the long Christmas period. Who doesn't want to win a free Hoover? Ace Jack 5 is the flop. Not much in it for the big blind. And Gabe with second pair. No one with a diamond in their hand. Giuseppe Tarsia with the best of it. As Noam Sain says, the Hoover from Vancouver. Serious advertising. Stratos with a funny joke. Well, you see, I told you earlier, I'm in my mid-30s now. I'm no longer a pig. 20s are well and truly behind me. But alas, Stratus, you gotta let kids skateboard. That's all I'll say about that. Know what I'm saying is it's 420 in Tipperary all the time, and we always pumping when you were with us, Dan. Well, you know, I'm not always firing on all cylinders. 53 players remaining. That means pay jump has been reached, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,020. Strata says, keep those whippersnappers away from me. I have a cane and I'm willing to use it. Well, I could also make a reference about Kane, but I won't go there. You just stay away from the roads there for a few hours in case you go on another trip. Now, Terence in the small blind. Terence will take that one down with a 3 bet. Now playing over $1 million. I recognize Jan from an EPT stream is where I was picturing him from. Now I know he has a jumper, but I think he might have been at an FT or a feature table recently. I think I seen him somewhere. Obviously, Dunbar's number, you can only really remember up to 150 faces and names, so they say. Terence raising from the cutoff. Pair board 858. Claudio is going to smack Claudio's perceived big blind defending range more so than the opener's range from the cutoff. Does go check, check. Turn is a 9. Claudio wants to be leading here now the majority of the time. Otherwise, just going to go into check call mode, which he does decide to do. Terence is going to bet 65k here on the turn with a good shot straight draw. Delayed C bet of sorts. Claudio is going to come along for the ride. Terence gives up. Terrible river for him to continue on. Strata says, I seriously don't mind skateboarders. I enjoy seeing kids have a good time. You should let kids be kids. Well, that's my whole point. It's like you gotta let kids fall and make mistakes and do dangerous things, shall we say, so they learn. Too many kids in this world are mollycoddled. And it ain't no good. Mario from under the gun with the ace-5 of clubs. Terence going to call the hijack. Flop is queen 10-7. And this could spell disaster for Terence because he's flopped top 2. Little does he know, Mario is sitting there with the stone cold nuts. And if I'm Mario, I want to start building a pot right off the bat. Going to bet small. A quarter pot. Well, he goes even smaller again. 20k into 130 it looks like. This is almost nearly too small of a bet, but you do have the deck crippled. You want to keep your opponent around. Just call. 4 club rolls off, and that could be an action killer for Mario. Turn goes check, check. River is the 5 of hearts. So the turn is saved, Terence. But he might feel compelled to call another blocker-ish type sizing here if it's like 40k. Either that or Mario's going to bet like over 100. Price Terence out. That actually looks to be, if the screen is correct, which it has been all day, credit, massive credit to the Kings Resort production team, especially today. It's been pretty flawless. That's a 200k bet, over betting the pot. Trying to make it look like he's bluffing without a club, pricing out Terence from calling. I was going to say, so you could go a few ways with this one. The small bet, 40 into 170. Looked like it was over 100 he was going for, but it's actually 200k into 170. These guys are just so tricky. Look how much chips is in play. Couple of stacks between 38 and 43. Mario with 76 and Claudio 92. Apocalypse says going to head off in a minute. See you all tomorrow for the third and not final day. Ta-ra. Touraloo. See you tomorrow. Perno Dross is back from dinner. Crazy flop here. Looked like it was going to be a lot of money going into that pot before fourth club rolled off. Does Terence know how lucky he got there? Saving himself some chips. Jan 3 betting from the small blind to 125. Giuseppe going to bet 30k here with his top pair from the big blind. Dino, or Dino, whichever way you want to call him, raises to 150. Looks to be 115k total. He's got a good shot straight draw. Those get called, however. 340 in the middle now on the turn. $150k is the bet from the hijack here. Really repping a straight, or a very big hand anyway, trying to take this one away from Giuseppe. As that 7 blocker, also the ace is important, blocks some other lower straights like ace 4, etc. Really tough spot here, by the way, because this smacks the big blind's perceived defending range more so than the hijack's opening range. So Giuseppe's trying to figure out, once he's been raised here on the flop, what's going on here with another bet on the turn. This is a natural check back from the hijack with an overpair the majority of the time once they've raised the flop. And now Giuseppe's in a world of hurt. He's most likely just going to have to fold his top pair. I mean, I can see the cards, and Dino has me convinced. I suppose I'll stop calling him Dino. It must be Dino. Giuseppe will get out of the way. And Dino Lombardi will take that one down. Nice pot for him. He's now playing almost 40 big blinds. ISO said would be a hero call. Yeah, that was just a funny one. I was kind of letting that one play out. Wasn't talking too much during that hand. Like I said, you can only make so many good decisions in a day. You can only commentate on so many good hands in a day. It's just a spot where that turn should be going. That should be getting checked back like nearly all of the time once the flop's been raised, really repping an overpair or a set. So it's kind of a strange bet to bet again. Having said that, you've really got to be willing to call down there if you're going to call with the 6. I don't know if I'm going to fold the turn, honestly, because I don't think an overpair should bet. So therefore, what is my opponent trying to say they have? Dino with the toppest of pairs, queen kicker, Terence defending, a6-4 is the flop. $90K is the bet here. Second barrel. Terence with a pair, but forced to let it go. Yeah, ISO's saying it would be a hero call, but it's like, so if we hero call the turn, surely be to God, river dependent, our opponent just has to give up at that point, even if we do have the correct blockers in the form of an ace and a 7. I would have really liked to see a turn call and see what happens on the river, depending on what the river is, of course. Trips now on the turn for the big blind. 80k is the bet. I don't see Terence going anywhere just yet. What a scary man, by the way, to play against. He's so calm, focused, dialed in. Not the kind of guy you want staring you down. Here is the king of diamonds. And see, the thing is, the diamond draw comes in, but the big blind would most likely just check behind with diamonds on the turn. So this seems like a decent hand to have here, the sixes. You're super unlucky if your opponent has a deuce, especially blind v blind here. Goes for a very large bet, and that's going to price out Terence, I would imagine. Very polar here by the big blind. Obviously, there are some bluffs, busted spades spring to mind. Would he go this sizing with a 10? Probably unlikely. Did he get there with a diamond draw? Does that king have some form of interference with his range? Also unlikely. Difficult spot here for Terence. Does get away from it. Claudio, min raising kings. We'll take it down. Jan under the gun here with ace 7 of hearts. In raising. Seppi 3 betting to 130k. Oh, there he is now. Dan Fox is in the house. Hello, Mr. Fox. How do you do? Dan Fox says, honestly, I slept about 13 hours today from being sick. However, waking up hearing your voice somehow has cured my illness. I feel refreshed and vitalized. Oh, God. Well, I'm not feeling too refreshed and vitalized. We have only been live for 8 hours, but the first half there, it was 3.5 hours without a break. 75 minutes when there's bubble play. Can drag on. Did someone say dragons? Hope you get well soon. Get some multivitamins. Lots of them. Any amount of them. So we have reached the final level of the day, as far as I can tell. So we are going to be live for basically 75 more minutes. I would call it the happy hour, but I'm not drinking, and a lot of you will be in bed, so we'll save the happy hour for another time. Stratus says, see, Dan, you are a cure for the sick. Maybe a sainthood in your future. Patron saint of poker streams. Oh, aye. If they keep going at this rate, no, I'm definitely not going to say it could be a shorter day tomorrow, because things to be dragging on as we get close and close to the final table. There are 46 players remaining now coming into the last level of the night. 10k small blind, 25k big blind with a 25k running big blind ante. Yeah, I'm with a real hand here. Pocket kings. Tarsia with 4-3 suited is going to defend. Let's see the flop on 9-6-5. Now, Jan won't be liking this turn card too much on the 9, 5, 6, 7. This one again, smacking the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from the cutoff. 150k is the bet now on the river, and it's gone from bad to worse. The ace of spades rolling off. Really difficult for Jan to call now. I don't think there's any way Jan can make this call. There is 365 in the pot and 150 to call. I just don't know what he can beat. And he's forced to put it in the bin. Oh, it's nice when you can turn the straight there with 4 high against kings. Terence is going to come along for the ride here. 3-way action to the flop button against small blind against big. Mitrovic raising to 115,000 with the toppest of pairs. And Giuseppe gonna have to call this one, I would think. Having led out on the 10-5 deuce. Does call 405k in the middle as we see the turn. Turn is the 6 of spades. $155k is the bet now. This is making no sense to me on the 6 of spades turn on the 5 deuce 10-6. He's got raised on the flop and now he's called and now he leads from the small. I'm not sure what this is trying to accomplish, but I'm not going anywhere with my top pair king kicker if I'm Mitrovic. The only thing I am deciding is, do I just go for it all here because it is 155 to call and there can be some bad rivers. Having said all that, this looks incredibly strong from Giuseppe. Bet, gets raised, calls, and now somehow is able to lead the turn. This is a very confusing hand for me. Don't know what you think about this one in the chat. We are on the last level of the night. Feel free to chime in. There you go. I'll get my coat. The last point it did make was this is going to look extremely strong from Giuseppe. But at the very least, I am calling on the turn there. And Fox says, all in jam. Who cares? Just here to hear Action Man Dan's voice anyway. Colonel Draw says, I feel like I've seen a lot of pocket sixes going around. It did look very setty, didn't it? I just think a set, when it leads and gets raised, it just checks the turn. Surely we just check the turn. It was a very confusing hand because he played it like a set. But I just didn't expect a 10 to bet that. I need to dissect that hand further after Tuesday. If anyone wants to try throw that into solver land, good luck. Like, I don't know. Why is he betting the turn? To make a better 10 fold? To get some draws? To get value? Ace King going to take that one down with a C bet. See, this is what happens as well when I commentate. My head is still whirling, thinking of that hand that just went by. And I need to stick with the action instead of... We can always revisit that hand on later inspection, but... Jeez, that's a head scratcher, isn't it? Pair no draw says sixes are... Well, you keep talking about sixes, but no one had a set of sixes, no pair no draw. That would be fine if they actually had a pair of sixes. No set, no bet. Looky, I give you a good price. Parental Dross has just seen them in hands. Nobody has flopped us out with them yet. Just starting off with the pair. This guy loves a pair of sixes. Do you know what other pair I love? I love a pair of socks. Do love a pair of socks every now and again. Who doesn't love a pair of good old Christmas woolly socks? The double stuff. Might as well be wearing a pair of slippers with these fellas. I'm sure if you go outside, you need a good strong pair of winter boots as well. Don't forget about the winter boots. Jan min raising with ace-4 of spades, and 6 is going to call on the button. Claudio with jack-7 of hearts comes along for the ride in the big blind. Ace-queen-7 is the flop top pair for Jan. Claudio with a pair of his own. Everyone with a pair. No pair, no draw. Wants to see a 6. A sneaky set with a pair of 6s. Oh my god, I don't believe it. This effing guy. That's so funny. Could have been a sneaky set of deuces, threes, fours, or fives, but no, had to be sixes. Sometimes these things just write themselves. Honestly. Now, Lecce can get paid because Jan has bet 65k. I was going to say we very likely see a raise here. Try get more moolah in the middle. 175 is the raise. Can't get paid on this occasion, unfortunately. That is what happens when you have a set the majority of the time. You raise and they all fold. But nonetheless, no pair, no draw called it. That one was for you, no pair, no draw. Dan Fox says he felt like that was a little aggressive. Just a little over aggressive. We still have about half a level. 45 to 50 minutes remaining of the day, folks. Speaking of woolly socks, I'm going to go in and stick on my electric blanket and the radiator because it is absolutely freezing in Ireland. Noam saying 42 can attest to that if he's still out there in the chat. Homer, Gabe, ace 5 suited. Then the ace-5 will take that last hand down. Again, thinking about the hand gone by. Used to be a common theme with me. You'd swear I was the one at the table playing. Someday, folks, sometime in the not too distant future, (988) is the flop. Mario checks. Giuseppe bets. With the Jabbercadas takes it down, and I will be back in just a moment. Otherwise, my room will be like a fridge. A fridge freezer. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Thank God I remembered that, because that means I'm going to sleep better tonight. It means I'll be able to commentate better tomorrow. That honestly might get me an extra 90 minutes of sleeping, because that'll be warming up now for the next hour to an hour and a half. It really is that cold in Ireland at the moment. Run goes check, check on the 9. 3, 8, 4, 5. $75K is the bet from Giuseppe. Needs to get ace high to fold, and he successfully does do just that. No pair, no draws is 29 freedom degrees here in North Carolina. Yeah, geez, I was talking about natural disasters there earlier. I said I'd rarely ever mention real world issues on this stream. It's a nice escape for everyone to not be talking about it, but it needs an honourable mention. You went through your own problems there not so long ago. And secondly, did you check out one of my favourite bands of all time, Rainbow Kitten Surprise, are from North Carolina. Don't go near their new album, but check out RKS from 2017, I think. It's an amazing album. I don't know what the hell they were doing with their new stuff. It's the way bands go sometimes. Terence is all in for 25 bigs. Just trying to see there because it's not so long ago we had 1,000,000 in chips. But blinds do go up and things happen. Just going for the straight up rejam. He'd be happy to just pick that one up, I think, at this late hour in the day. Players will know there's only about 30 minutes left or so. So Claudio is just going to rejam on Jan here with the ace-9 of diamonds. And the nines will successfully take that one down. Terence min raising in the cutoff. Strata says, okay, all time for me to head out, enjoy the last hour, and hope to see everyone tomorrow. So Terence has gone all in over the top here. Ace 10 suited, so we are racing for 13 bigs apiece. This is standard enough stuff, folks. Probably seemed like a lot at first, but in she goes and up she flew. We're off to the races. 735k in the middle. Nines for Jan. Big moment for both players involved. Ace 10 for Terence. Flop is Jack, Jack 8. Pretty solid flop there for Jan. Makes him a 70-30 as we hit the turn. Turn is an ace, and Terence loves that. And he's going to be over $1 million. Unless a 9 appears on the river, it'll be a 9 for Jan, and he will have to say goodnight. The river is another 8. We do lose Jan Krahulik, and that means 40 players remaining now. Unlucky, sir. GG. So with 40 players remaining, there is a page on blooming to €3,560. And Giuseppe raising from under the gun to 55k with ace jack of hearts.
Affogato giusto su questo diritti. Giusto, vero? Giuro che non l'avevo visto, sono schiavo. Non ho visto il race, cioè lo portavano a lui.
Claudio taking that one down. Giuseppe forced to fold a hand as strong as ace-jack suited there. Actually, I feel like that's a huge fold. I need to see that one again. Seemed like he folded in record time. Did I miss something there? Claudio 3-betting and the ace-jack folding, it looked like. Dan Fox says he just knows the next day is coming soon and is playing super safe. Yeah, it just seemed like how quick he folded there. I didn't really get to grasp the pot. Not that I'm the one playing the pot to grasp it, Dan Fox. Just, it seemed like there was a 3-bet pretty quick and he folded. I would have liked to see him think about it for a bit longer. Yeah, it seems like if he wants to bag and tag and get into what will be day 3, I'm assuming, tomorrow, there's no assuming about it. Maybe that was an awesome spot to 4-bet rip against a man of Claudio's caliber. Would be my 2 cents on the situation. So a check from Giuseppe, and Terence is going to check from the big blind. Mario checking it back as well. We're going to have somewhere in the region of about 10 hands left. So it's who wants to stay accumulating and who wants to get bagging and tagging. The bigger stacks can really use this to their advantage. Terence is now going to call here with the good shot straight draw. The river is the 5 of diamonds, and Giuseppe checks in the dark. And once Giuseppe checks in the dark after betting the turn, this is a golden opportunity for Terence to take this hand away from his opponent. And Giuseppe playing this one, I wouldn't say open-faced, but once he does bet turn small and then check river, we have to bet. We have no showdown value with 9 high. And although it is a paired board, Terence does go for it. Now I'm trying to think what Giuseppe would fold here. Surely he'd fold a deuce. See, the issue I have is I don't know what he gets to fold out as well from Terence on that 5 of diamonds river, because it pairs the board. So it's almost like, oh God, there's just been a few confusing hands this last level. Obviously, tiredness is setting in for me majorly. It's not my first rodeo or anything, but there's just been a couple of confusing spots, and they're hard to dissect. That's where an Aldo Finn, the giveaway goat, would be fairly handy. Claudio with 66 bigs. We nearly want to phone a friend with some of these spots is what I'm trying to say. And I have many a friend to phone. But getting them to pick up and getting them on the line in record fashion, unless we were doing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's probably not going to work. We do have Ask the Audience, which is the chat that are always great at chiming in. 50-50. I think that comes down to me saying, well, you could do this 50% of the time and you could do that 50% of the time. But the more I look at that one, he's checked in the dark, basically. So the 5 of diamonds rolls off. It's paired the board and completes the flush. It's like he's made up his mind that he's just going to check call the river. So he's checked in the dark, and therefore I think we might just want to check back. Even though we've got 9 high, we have no showdown value. I don't know what we are going to get our opponent to fold once they've led into us on the turn. So at first I was thinking Terence has to bet this river, but on closer inspection, his opponent has kind of made up their mind that they're going to check call anyway, so they've already checked. So that could be some form of a tell. So although I was not giving out to myself earlier, but I was saying, oh, we're going to revisit that one, and hands whirling in my head. On closer inspection, I figured that one out and changed my mind. So go me. So hand 150 of the day. Ace-3 suited. Going for it here under the gun. So they'll all be aware that they are within 10 hands of bagging and tagging. So let's see what happens here. Is there to be more carnage? Or are they all going to be fairly just happy to live to fight another day? Terence raises to 50k here with ace queen offsuit and the hijack getting 3-bet. Very small sizing here from Kilic in the big blind. We lost him earlier, but he is back. Claudio with a lovely ace-9 of hearts and jack 10 suited for Kilic. A pretty sexy hand in the big blind. If we are going to 3-bet, I don't think we want to make it this small. This is a 2.5x 3-bet here. That's not going to get much to fold out. For that price, Terence comes along for the ride. What a flop it is, 10.97. Claudio coming along for the ride. There's 400k in this pot now. So 125 is the bet, 125 is the call. I was going to say, for that sizing, do we just make a larger raise with the ace-queen? But this close to the end of the day, I think it's fine to just call in position. I think Terence played that hand fine. If there was like a chunky 3-bet, we might decide to just 4-bet rip, considering Kilic is going to be coming after the small blind and the original opener with less than 10 hands to go. 180k is now the bet on the turn here from Kilic. And now alarm bells should be ringing for Claudio. It'll be very difficult for him to continue with an ace to the 9. Squeeze pre, albeit a small squeeze, indicating strength. He's bet flop, bet turn. It doesn't look like Claudio wants to go anywhere yet. Claudio is so dialed in. It's insane. Get a second call from Claudio, knowing he can beat draws like king, queen, king, jack. Maybe something like ace, 8 of spades, even though we block that with the ace ourselves. Kilic should be happy to just take that one down. Claudio, not afraid. Fearless. Wouldn't have hated to see a 3-bet from Claudio in that exact situation. Going for the conservative route even. Mitrovic with the ace-jack, min-raising. So I think last 5 hands have been declared. Get your pom-poms out. If you're still with me in the chat, over 9 hours live now. Give yourselves a round of applause. Applause for the cause. Polak raised to 125. He has the aces. No pair, no draw, of course. The first in the chat with the with the froggy pom-poms. Oh, Jesus Christ on ice skates. Look at this. The good thing for Kilic is he can only lose about $500,000 here to the aces. Claudio mightn't go quietly into the night for, say, a sizing of around 200k or something. That's 250. So he's called. What's going on here, guys? It's 125 more for Pollock to call. King goes into the muck, says no pair, no draw, correct and right. Train wreck in progress. Well, let's just see what happens here. Expect action with 40 players remaining now. Pay jump of about €500 is the difference between 40th and 39th. Kilic will call the all-in for 625. This was actually a little bit more than I originally thought. Seemed like he made it way too big there, Prey, by the way. Pollock set the double up here to 1.435 million unless the last king arrives of the night. Turn is the queen of spades. No luck. There's the seven of diamonds. And that's a massive, massive double up for Polak. Kilic, as much as he's going to be disappointed, there's nothing he can do there whatsoever. No pair, no draw says, is this ever not aces? Well, is this ever not a call with kings is what I would say back to you. ISO says, I smell blood in the water. Blood in the water, mate. Kings should never fold, but you can tell he knew. This is actually another hand I'm going to look back at to see how much tells were there. It did look like both players were strong. So, folks, 3 is the magic number. 3 hands remaining. Ace Jack 3 is the flop. Mario bets 40k. Tarsia lets it go. 2 hands remaining. If you like what you see over the last 9 hours or so, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. It means the world to me and indeed the King's production team. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself or the event that's taking place, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Give yourselves a big old round of applause for getting it this far. We have lots more action to come. Tomorrow is going to be a very long, intricate, deep stacked sort of a day. And that's all kicking off under one roof, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov at 2:30 Central European Time. That's 2:30 Central European Time. We're on YouTube, Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Perno Draw says next 2 days will be busy work-wise. Well, I should be able to do some good lurking. I do love a good lurk. Lurkers are so funny. Corner creepers, ghosts of the night, post Malones, ghost Malones, I meant to say. Whatever you want to call them. It's pretty funny. I do love a good ghost lurk myself. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's what I was talking about earlier. Terence, if he smells blood, he'll go for it. Fearless. He's just going to rip, knowing that Giuseppe can't call. It's risky play, risky business. But say what you want. Terence is going to take down and add about 6 big blinds to his stack, which is very nice at this late stage. Now, you're seeing Giuseppe tank a little bit because there is a pay jump of about 5. Look at that, man. Do you want to stare that man down? He ain't got his MMA gloves on right now, but he doesn't need them. This is poker, not cage fighting. He's a scary dude. Giuseppe will get out of the way. Nice pick up there for Terence. Well, this is either the last hand or I might have miscalculated by one hand. So it's either the penultimate hand or the last hand. Spoiler alert. Nine, 5, 3. Could see some action here. Giuseppe with top pair, top kicker. Mario with a lot of equity. Pair and a flush draw. I don't think either player are going to be looking to play a massive pot right now. See, I would bet my bottom dollar on that. They both have almost identical stacks. Actually, it is identical. 1.265 million each. $75K is the bet. Mario just wants to call. I do declare, but that doesn't look like calling chips, folks. I have been corrected once more. That's a raise to 325. Now what do you do if you're Giuseppe? Do we just call, reevaluate in the turn, or just we whack it all in the middle now to avoid club runouts or bad flush or straight runouts in general? Is button against hijack. Is check raised. See, calling here for Giuseppe is fine, but there's a lot of overcards that are going to pop off. Hands that give Mario a lot more equity. Won't be the most bizarre shove in the world. I kind of like it. There's so much money in the pot already to take down. Surely to God he's not folding. Guys, his attitude is indicating to me that he's going to fold. He's talking. I can't really hear what he's saying. It does look pretty strong from Mario. One of the last hands of the night to pull this move. Wow, Giuseppe folding. I guess we can warrant a check raise with the Jack 5 of clubs there if we can get top pair, top kicker to fold. That was bizarre. And I guess now we're going to chip count the leaderboards. That was the last hand of the night. Mario Fearlessly now playing 60 bigs. Giuseppe might reflect on that one later. Just shows the magnitude of this moment with 40 players remaining. Wow, what a stream that was. It really had it all. Everything from loosey-goosey play, some bluffs getting picked off, and let's not forget about that 153 big blind flip earlier with ace-king against queens. I am going to get out of here. I'm going to bed. We're back 2:30 tomorrow, Central European time. Until then, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.